What do you think the degree difference is with where you sit during games and to where you've been sitting for this interview? What are we talking about? About 80 degrees?
You know what? I sweat I sweat in both. In the games, it's my armpits. Today, it's my head.
Man, if you're sweating in games down on the ice, I can only imagine.
The sweat comes from different areas.
That was about a 50-degree difference down on the ice and where we were at Fordyce Center. Max Hurst, good job. It was extreme. Good job with that. Well done. Fun shows this week. Everybody have a wonderful weekend. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. You deserve it. Hope you have a big Sunday. We look forward to talking to everybody on Monday at 10 a.m. We'll see you then.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Hey, Willie Donick here. Are you feeling the sting of higher interest rates and higher costs? Those credit cards and other loans are costing more and more every month. And inflation is making everything else more expensive. Your home can save you right now. Your home value is up, and there's a ton of cash in it that you can access with Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto specializes in zero-cost cash-out home refis. You can get tens of thousands in as little as 2 weeks. Pay off those 23% rate credit cards and other loans. Consolidate everything into one super low payment. People who do this usually cut $800 or more from their monthly budget. If your home mortgage rate goes up a point or so, it's offset by your credit card rate going to zero. So call Loan Pronto now and unlock that equity and wipe out the bad debt. Do it now. You can even skip your next 2 house payments. Call 615-499-5780 or go to loanpronto.com. That's 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Hey, it's Jared for TriStar Moving. If you're looking to move, you need to give my friends at TriStar Moving a call. At TriStar Moving, you'll get 5-star service throughout the entire process. Everything will be taken care of, from covering your floors, banisters, railings, front door thresholds, furniture, TVs, and more. They took great care of my move and made it as stress-free as possible. If you're looking to move, give TriStar Moving a call, 615-640-1219, or visit them at nashvillemoving.org/radio and get 5% off your entire move. TriStar Moving, my official movers.
Nashville, we are the Good Brothers. I'm the big LG Doc Gallows. He's the machine gun Carl Anderson.
The best tag team this planet has ever seen.
On June the 20th, Impact Wrestling comes to the Nashville Fairgrounds for the first time in over 3 years for 2 television tapings that'll be broadcast on Access TV.
It's going to be a magic killer and just too.
Go to ImpactWrestling.com for more details and to purchase your tickets while they last.
This is Impact Wrestling.
We will see you in Nashville.
Houston Clinic Orthopedics at Harding Place offers world-class orthopedic care. The doctors at their Harding Place location specialize in general orthopedics, foot and ankle, hip, pain management, hand, wrist, and elbow trauma, total joints, and orthopedic spine surgery. They offer same-day appointments, so get back to enjoying life sooner. Schedule your appointment online at tnhouston.com. Conveniently located at 394 Harding Place in Nashville. When experience matters, trust Houston Clinic Orthopedics.
Signs First is the official sign company for 1025 The Game. Go to sfnash.com.
From the Hillside Medical Game Studios, WPRT-FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne, broadcasting on Alexa.
I appreciate that.
And other smart speakers.
ESPN
1025 and 1063.
Terang, it's a high fly ball.
The leading receiver.
Awesome game 7.
Checker flag in the air. The Game.
A Cromwell media station.
Where you have a voice.
We're one play away from an injury.
He knows this. He's a study of the game.
And we have strong opinions.
He's been awful. I don't think they were trying, and that's why I feel the way I feel.
This is Stillman and Company with Jared Stillman and Caroline Fenton. Presented by TriStar Moving on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 and 1063 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman & Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, ESPN 1025. The game streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the offices of Amanda Gentry, live from the Hillside Medical Game Studios. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Caroline Fenn is here today. Hello, Caroline.
Hello, how we doing?
Outstanding. Ian Safar is here. Hello, Ian.
What up, what up?
So let's get right to the big story. So last night, I'm sitting there watching the basketball game, trying to enjoy myself, trying for my take celebration of literally a month ago when I said Golden State was going to win the championship after they knocked out the Grizzlies in Game 6 and Klay scored 30 points, and I went on Mad Dog Radio the next day and said Golden State was going to win the title, and I got calls from Dallas and Phoenix and Miami and Boston and all these places saying, I don't know, Jared, what about the Phoenix Suns? Nope. What about those Celtics? Nope. Now, I did flip a little bit because I
picked the Celtics yesterday.
Especially because I thought the NBA was going to help him out. But Jason Tatum sucks so bad that the NBA couldn't help him out.
Turnover after turnover.
But that's not the big story.
Nope.
The big story was last night, I'm minding my business watching the game, and on Twitter, all of a sudden, this network I've never heard of, this website announces the Predators are getting sold. And I'm like, holy crap. So I want to start right there, and I want to walk you through this because as many of you now know, former Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam is going to purchase a share of the Nashville Predators. Now, there is going to be, I believe there's going to be a statement from the team that is coming at some point. When it comes, we will give it to you. But I'm going to tell you what I know, and I want to start with that, which is last night, as soon as I saw that report go out there, and I had never heard of Sportico before, but I'm also not going to crap on Sportico because Scott Soshnick, who's one of the three guys that reported the story that the Predators were, essentially the story was the Predators are going to be sold. Then the rest of it was all background on the Predators and Bridgestone Arena and everything else. And so I started working the phones, but Scott Soshnick was part of that group that reported the story. And Scott Soshnick used to do the Bloomberg sports updates when I worked on a Bloomberg channel way back in the days of 2013 at a tiny AM station in New Hampshire. A great AM station, WKXL, but an AM station, a small AM station nonetheless. We were a Bloomberg affiliate, Bloomberg News. It was a news talk station. It was essentially an old person station, and Scott Soshnick did the sports updates for Bloomberg, so I knew he was connected. So there was like some name credibility there because I'm familiar with Scott Soshnick. So I saw that, so I started making calls. And there are some people in some high-level places in this town that were absolutely freaking shocked by that news. But then the more I started to do research, the more it was Governor Haslam is buying a stake in the team. He's buying shares of the team. But the one thing I was told repeatedly, nothing was imminent, and that it was shares of the team, not the team. Because the Sportico article, and Joe Rexrode later corrected this morning, the Sportico article basically sounded like all 17 of the Predators owners are selling to Governor Haslam, and Governor Haslam's going to own the team just like his brother, who has no idea how to own the Browns, owns the Browns. And that is not the case. So, as I think it's been reported, I think Nate Rao reported this, Herb Fritsch is selling his stake in the team, which I've been told is around 60%. Herb Fritsch is selling his stake in the team to Governor Haslam over a series of years. So it'll be essentially a 3-year process or more. And at the end of that, Governor Haslam will become the majority owner of the Nashville Predators. Now, here's what I care about when it comes to who's the majority owner, there's 3 things I care about. Mm-hmm. Who's the guy who decides, do you fire the GM? Who's the guy who decides, do you fire the coach? And who's the guy who decides if you move the team? Those are the only 3 things I care about. Other than that, if you've got an owner that owns your team and he decides that he wants to replace the all-beef hot dogs with turkey hot dogs, people may not like it, but I don't really care. If you got the power to move the team, to fire the coach, to fire the GM, that's all I care about. And by GM, that's semantics. If you can fire the person who picks the players, you own the team. That's what I care about. And to be honest with you, I think that's what a lot of you all care about. Now, what I also have been told is that there is no pen to paper on this yet. So I do know this. I saw Sean Henry on what day was the 615 day? Wednesday. On Wednesday. The video's out there of him dunking me in the dunk tank. And I knew that he was going to the Board of Governors meeting, which I believe probably happens every year around the Cup final, that he was going to the Board of Governors meetings this week. So I knew that they were taking place. I obviously didn't know there was going to be a huge bomb that was dropped, from a news standpoint. But the Board of Governors meeting was yesterday. You think it's any coincidence that all of a sudden this information leaked out? And remember, the original Sportico article last night was not very detailed. and is still not all that detailed, and more details come out slowly and surely, and the people you talk to say one thing or another. So my guess is that the Predators didn't want this out, and that another owner in the NHL, or I guess, governor from the Board of Governors, leaked this out to Sportico. Now, I did talk to a high-ranking, better not give it away, a high-ranking sports executive, nobody local, a high-ranking sports executive who told me that Sportico is legit, that he would trust what Sportico has to say. So then again, as I continue, the more details come out. To give you the cliff notes of all of this, Herb Fritch is basically selling his shares of the Predators, and that's 60% of the team. And over the course of 3 or so years, it's going to Governor Haslam, who will be essentially an investor in the team just like the other 17. And then after about 3 years, he'll become the primary owner of the Nashville Predators. So, with that, I have a couple of questions. One, how do we feel about this? Because even though Governor Haslam was, I don't want to get all political over here, but was a pretty well-respected governor in the state of Tennessee, and this was before the hyper-polarization of politics. He got out right there at the end. 2016 is really what sparked all of that. He was a fairly popular governor. My recollection of him as governor, and I know someone's going to text into the text line and say, oh, you don't know what happened at Pigeon Forge with such and such, but my recollection of him as governor was I don't remember a lot of problems, and I don't remember a lot of caring about what was going on in politics or what was happening or anything like that, and I think that's probably a good thing because it's like refereeing or umpiring. I don't want to remember the umpire from a certain game. In fact, if you did a bad job, that's how I know that so-and-so was the umpire.
It's more memorable when you do a bad job.
Absolutely. So that's the first thing. The second thing is his brother owns the Cleveland Browns and is probably one of the worst owners in sports. That is a concern, regardless of whether or not it's his problem, because he's not the one who decided to sign Deshaun Watson to a $230 million contract. And it's not his problem that he was the one who decided to draft Johnny Manziel off of the advice of a homeless person. And it's not his problem that the Browns turn through a new coach and a new GM every year and a half, and that the Browns don't ever win anything. It's not Bill Haslam's problem that Jimmy Haslam can't win anything. That is a concern for me. It just, you always wonder. So that's going to be a concern. The third thing is this. The 3 years kind of bums me out. And I'm going to tell you why. As long as whoever owns the Predators isn't going to move the Predators, for the most part, I'm fine with it. What connection do I have to Herb Fritch anyways? I don't even know Herb Fritch. But the 3-year thing makes me think that we're in for 3 more years of David Boyle. And I know that this is so much bigger than that, but at the end of the day, I'm a fan. And as a fan, what I care about is the winning and the losing. And I've kept telling everybody, whenever somebody asks me, and I mean this with all due respect, when somebody asks me, do you think the Predators can turn it around? How long until the Predators turn it around? What do you make of the Predators turning it around? And all I can say to that every single time is, you got to tell me when they move on from Poile. Because whenever they decide to move on from David Poile, whenever that day is, then I think that starts the clock, and you do an assessment of, okay, how far are you from competing, which right now is very far, and I ask myself, okay, so how many years will it take for the team to essentially tear down and then build up and everything else? Well, if Herb Fritch is going to run the team for 3 more years, my gut would tell me that David Poile is probably going to be the general manager for the next 3 years, because you wouldn't want to hire a new general manager and then hand the keys of the organization over to the next guy and have him with a general manager that he doesn't want. So that it would make sense to say, hey, David, you do it for 3 more years, and then when Herb runs out, then David runs out, and David retires, and you bring somebody new in. And I mean this with all due respect, I really don't want 3 more years of David Poile.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of this is throughout the next few years, Bill Haslam will acquire more and more shares of Predators ownership.
Sure.
So it's not like he would be not an owner and then all of a sudden own every single share in 3, 4, 5 years from now. He would still be a part owner. He would still own shares of the Predators. So I don't think it's necessarily an absolute guarantee that it's 3 or 4, however many more years of David Poile, because Haslam will still be associated with the ownership of the Predators.
Sure, but so is, Warren Wu, and so,
But they won't be majority owner in a few years.
No,
Haslam will.
I hear what you're saying. The idea that is, hey, we know ultimately that you're going to be the king, so even though you're the prince right now, we'll let you in on the decision-making because eventually you're going to be king. I am aware of that, and I do hope that's part of the process, but it does make sense to me now. I have a thought on this on the Poile front and I do want to get to this, both Poile and Hines, as far as maybe understanding something. But that's the thing I really care about. Here's the other question I have, and our number is 615-737-1025. Do you care about this? You, the fans. Do you? Because for me, when I saw last night, and again, the first report we saw was the Predators are getting sold. And I was like, holy crap. But then when you find out, it's going to be a 3-year period and it's Governor Haslam who's buying the team and it's only roughly 60% supposedly because it's Herb Fritch's shares. Now, he could buy other people's shares too, and there's no pen to paper, and the league has not even – this is another element that I know. The NHL, in order to buy a team, whatever league it is, you have to be approved by the other teams in the league.
Yes.
And then the league has to do their due diligence. And at that point, every skeleton in the closet comes out and your finances are investigated and all that comes out, and then the league owners vote. And I think if the NFL owners could get a do-over, they would not vote for Jimmy Haslam. But, especially after he just gave Deshaun Watson $230 million fully guaranteed contract. But, on this point, none of that has happened yet. So, the whole process of the NHL getting in there and doing a breakdown of all of this, that hasn't happened yet. So, we've seen hang-ups before and big deals and they not come through. And isn't the Elon Musk Twitter thing, isn't that about to fall through?
I think
and
so.
And not come to fruition? So you never know.
Yeah.
But that's where we are in the process. But I do wonder this. Do you all care? Because I think a lot of you all, if it doesn't involve firing the coach, if it doesn't involve firing the general manager, if it doesn't involve, more money for the team right then and there, most of you all don't care. Most people don't care who owns the team. Think about last night in the NBA Finals. It's, we got to present the trophy to the owners. And it's like, get those guys off this stage. Bring on Steve Kerr. 615-737-1025 on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. That's how we're starting. Again, there will be an official statement from the Nashville Predators, we were told, that will come out here at some point. When it does, we'll break that down. But we'll get to your phones early and often today because it's Fireball Hot Take Friday. The Predators are essentially in the process of being sold, though it's going to really be a process. But there is a Poile and Hines and everything else thought that I want to get to next. Then we're to you, Stillman and Company. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Join Chase McCabe for Chasing Checkers every Sunday morning at 8 for all the news in the world of motorsports.
Joey Logano gets the very first victory in the next-gen car
while hearing from the big names.
Two-time champion Kyle Busch.
Being able to bring NASCAR, the Cup Series, back to Nashville is cool.
It's Chasing Checkers, presented by Apple Collision Centers and the Nashville Super Speedway
on ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any.
Did you know trading in your car at a dealer could cost you money? A recent study found consumers who trade in their car pay an average of $990 more. So don't trade in. Sell it to We Buy Any Car. Learn more and get your free online valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Find out how much your car's worth at We Buy Any Car.
The body is a machine by itself. Given the right ingredients,
during the right situation, some things can be healed naturally.
Football legend Emmitt Smith learned that pain pills and surgeries are only Band-Aids for chronic joint pain. A smarter, longer-lasting solution? Natural biologic treatments from QC Kinetics.
With QC Kinetics, it's that way. It's that natural process of allowing my body to actually heal itself.
With no downtime and no drugs, QC Kinetics regenerative pain treatments can repair and restore damaged tissue, bringing lasting pain relief in your knees, shoulders, hips, and lower back.
What I like about working with QC Kinetics is the natural aspect of it. The body has a way of reconnecting itself and re-healing itself.
Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
If you tried other ways, there's a new method.
Call QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024. QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024.
It's the ultimate celebration of one of the greatest bands ever.
The Nashville Symphony performs Winborn's The Music of Queen, featuring conductor Brent Havens and vocalist Justin Sargent. June 26th at the Ascend Amphitheater.
A night filled with the music of Queen, performed as you've never heard it before.
Get tickets now at NashvilleSymphony.org.
Visit WinbornMusic.com. Never miss a moment of the show.
What is this?
Check it out. Subscribe to the Stillman and Company podcast on iTunes, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
On ESPN 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Let me tell you what I can say right now. I think Sportico way oversold this situation. I think what we're going to see is Bill Haslam be involved and by a significant chunk. But this is – so the way I understood it – and by the way, there's a Board of Governors meeting yesterday, so likely something was said about this situation and then a leak happened, right? Seems like maybe a little game at telephone got Sportico here. So – and it's important, obviously, for Preds fans because I think a lot of the reaction from Preds fans has been, you know, oh, my gosh, Bill Haslam, former Governor Haslam, is going to come in and be the sole owner of the Nashville Predators, and what's he going to do with David Poile and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's going to be a totally different thing. So, you know, that would require the entire ownership group to sell out to Bill Haslam. That's not happening. Exactly how much he'll have, I don't know.
That was Joe Rexroth this morning. And so, again, and Joe was right when he said that because I was hearing the same things. Basically, Bill Haslam will be the one in charge of firing David Poile just 3 years from now, not now. And again, I say 3 years. Nate Rao reported that at Axios. It is apparently a process of 3 years or so when Herb Fritch will sell all of his shares of ownership in the Nashville Predators to Governor Bill Haslam, who will then take over the team, and then he will be in charge. But to Joe's point, the Sportico article made it sound like next week Bill Haslam's moving in, and that is not the case. Now, I do, on this Fireball Hot Take Friday, have one interesting thought that kind of hit me, which is if you're Herb Fritch, and I heard, and I don't know if this has been reported or not, that they have been essentially negotiating in earnest, Herb Fritch and Governor Haslam, I guess on a one-on-one basis, that they've been negotiating for about 6 months or so. That they've been talking through this and going over it and everything else. And I do give Herb Fritch the benefit of the doubt because he doesn't want to own the Predators. He didn't want to own the Predators at the start. This is not Jerry Jones. He used a significant portion of his wealth in order to save the Nashville Predators from being sent out to Canada, which we can all thank him for. But on the Herb Fritch front and the Governor Haslam front, I do wonder if this is why David Poile and John Hines still have jobs. And I'll tell you why. If I were owning a team and I thought, you know, I am about to get out of running this team. Let's use this radio show. Mm-hmm. Let's say I know in the back of my head, 6 months from now, 3 years from now, 2 years from now, I'm going into venture capitalism. I've decided, radio's fine, had a nice run, but I'm going into venture capitalism.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now, I have no idea what the radio station would do if I left to go into venture capitalism, which, by the way, I would hate, but I would probably be rich. But I would hate it. But, again, this is hypothetical. But my assumption is, in some form or another, they would probably give this show to you. Probably you, maybe somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Well, all of a sudden, you get offered a job in Cleveland. And it's like, you can have the morning show in Cleveland, and they'll make it the Caroline Fenton Show. That is, in theory, in your career, probably the next step, right?
Yeah.
But I know I'm out in 6 months to go start venture capitalism. Well, then wouldn't it be a good idea for me to be like, hey, just
Heads
wait.
up.
Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. I'm going to venture capitalism.
Move to Cleveland.
Just be patient. Well, if you're Herb Fritch and you're negotiating and you know you're essentially getting out, and Herb Fritch is up there in age anyways, and you know you're getting out of it, and it's kind of, 50-50 fire the coach or the general manager. I think it is much stronger than 50-50, but they like David, so maybe in their head, because they made the playoffs, it's 50-50. Wouldn't you say, let's keep him? Let's keep him, because if you hire a new general manager, you're going to have to give that guy a 5-year contract, and you have no idea if Governor Haslam is going to be the owner of the team in 3 years. And if Governor Haslam is in the fold next year, then all of a sudden you can start making those decisions, to your point, Caroline, with Governor Haslam in tow. And so you can just, you know what, just wait. Just wait. And it's not the end of the world. So let's keep the general manager. And you know what, let's keep the coach. And let's keep the coach on a contract that makes it look like we're not going to dump on him after next year, because give him the extra extension on the year. But that's a very fireable contract with John Hines. And then next year, Governor Haslam comes in here, and then the team does, what we kind of expect them to do. And then Governor Haslam can be a part of the group that then gives the next general manager a 5-year contract. And that's why you wait and you don't fire David, and you keep David, and you keep John Hines, and you basically have them in here because you don't know what's going to happen at the top. So you might as well just kind of let things stay the same, as opposed to sticking the next guy with a 5-year contract that he's then going to have to pay off when he fires a guy that he had no part in hiring. Now, Mike Mularkey was the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. A lot of you all used to get on Mike Mularkey when the Titans made him the head coach, because you said, he was so bad in Buffalo and he was so bad in Jacksonville. Mike Mularkey got 1 season in Jacksonville. Gene Smith, the athletic director, Gene Smith, the general manager, hired Mike Mularkey to coach the Jags. They got sold to Shad Khan. He brings in Dave Caldwell. Dave Caldwell fires Mike Mularkey. He got 1 year. What are you supposed to do in 1 year in the NFL? So maybe that's why they kept Poyle and Hines. Specifically Poyle. Maybe that's why. Was Herb Fritch knew, I got all this other stuff going on over here. If Governor Haslam is going to be in tow, then let's get that taken care of, get that process going, and then let's turn our attention over here to hockey. Does that make sense?
It would make sense, and it would also explain the very short-leashed extension of an extension that would afford them enough time to hold on to John Hines if need be, figure out the ownership situation, and then subsequently figure out the general manager situation. And then, okay, at least we have the coach on, pen to paper, at least for a couple more years. It would make sense. It would make sense.
So that is my thought process now.
It at least provides context as to why there is no movement either way within the general manager and the coach.
I don't think Herb Fritch wants to fire David Poyle. I don't think Herb Fritch wants to go searching for a new general manager. I don't think Herb Fritch, and I mean this with all due respect, because, again, Herb Fritch got involved in this, to my understanding, to save this team from being sold. Like, that's why he got involved. Tom Sigerin has told me he wanted no part of running the day-to-day operations as an owner in the National Hockey League. He didn't want to do it. But when they bought the team, when that local ownership group got together to keep that team from being shipped out to Canada, like the Winnipeg Jets, Atlanta shipped them on to Winnipeg, I think that they all looked around and they said, well, Tom, you're retired. How about you run the team? And from what I was told, Tom Sigerin was like, do I have to? Do I have to? And so, these guys, to me, they're in it because they love the community, which is why I will never hold a grudge against any of them, including David Freeman and kind of, the whole weird him suing the team and everything else while he's technically an owner of the team and, that whole situation. I will not hold that against them because they kept this team here. But I don't believe that Herb Fritch wants to get involved in the, I got to fire the general manager and I got to go out there and hire a new general manager and I got to hope I get the right general manager. And in order to get the right general manager, I got to give him a 5-year deal and I might not even be here in 3 years. Whereas now, once this, and again, it is pending. And I mean, from what I was told was there have been no pens to no papers as far as this is concerned. The NHL has not done their due diligence on Governor Haslam. They have not voted on Governor Haslam from what I've been told. So now you let that process kind of get underway. And then when you decide it's time to move on from David, or when David decides it's time to move on from David, then you include Governor Haslam in on those discussions and you sit around the room and you say, hey, what do we think about Johnny Joe, the assistant general manager of the Columbus Blue Jackets? What do you think, Bill? And Governor Haslam probably sits there and says, I like it. All right, let's hire Johnny Joe. And then that's your new general manager. But not to hire Johnny Joe before Bill Haslam is involved in the process. That, to me, wouldn't make a lot of sense. So now it kind of does make sense why every single other team that either didn't make the playoffs and was ahead of the Predators, or teams that made the playoffs and subsequently either fired their GM or fired their coach or fired both, why the Predators didn't do either. It now makes sense.
It at least provides context, because that's, I think, where a lot of my frustration was rooted was, you in ownership, you can't possibly be pleased with what you've been seeing, because I know I'm not, I know you're not, and I know a whole heck of a lot of Predators fans aren't. So it at least provides context. So my next question is, what's the timeline?
Hold that thought. 615-737-1025. Again, we are waiting for an official release from the Predators on this, and when they have their official word of what it is, we'll tell you. But again, from my understanding of it is Governor Haslam is going to buy a majority ownership of the Predators over a process that will take about 3 years or so, and he is buying the shares from Herb Fritch, who supposedly owns around 60% of the team, and that's the new direction of the Predators. So, again, that's where we are right now. 615-737-1025. Sportico did break this story last night. 615-737-1025. And when we get that, we will give that to you, and we will get to your phones. Fireball Hot Take Friday, 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company. We're delivered by TriStar Moving. It's ESPN 1025 The Game.
Want the latest on the Predators from the people that cover them?
Heck of a year so far for the Predators. They've been so much fun to watch.
Join Robbie Stanley for Preds Insiders every Monday at 6.
I feel probably as good about this group of 6 on D.
Presented by Dr. Kelly Rice on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Hillside Medical Clinic. Is erectile dysfunction damaging your relationship? Are you sick of the pill and all the side effects? Well, welcome to the future. We have a major medical breakthrough. Hillside Medical Clinic uses the most advanced form of wave therapy. Backed by 60 clinical studies, our technology uses pressure waves to repair and open up blood vessels. We've helped countless men get rid of their ED. But what is the true end result? Their relationship, even their lives, improve drastically. If you're ready to regain your love life, call us right now, and not only will the assessment and ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift that produces immediate results in the bedroom. It almost never fails. This is worth $550, and it's free to callers right now. 615-576-5000. That's 615-576-5000. Put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and experience what I call the happiness ripple effect. Call Hillside Medical Clinic now, 615-576-5000.
Hello, Nashville.
Looking to save money on your wireless bill? You can when you choose Consumer Cellular. Sign up today and you'll get the exact same coverage as the leading carriers for half the cost. This gives you direct access to the widest, most established cellular networks available. Consumer Cellular offers flexible monthly plans with no contract and simple, affordable service that's perfect for your lifestyle and budget. Featuring a wide variety of top-of-the-line phones from Samsung, Motorola, and Apple, you'll find a phone that's perfect for you. Everything is backed by a 100% risk-free guarantee, plus 100% U.S.-based award-winning customer support. Switch your talk, text, and data plan before July 31st and get $100 on every new line of service. Right-size your plan and downsize your bill with Consumer Cellular. Visit consumercellular.com/Nashville100 and enter code Nashville100 to start saving today.
Interest rates may be rising elsewhere, but not at Genesis Diamond. Now through June 18, you can get 0 interest for 5 whole years. That's right. Buy now, pay nothing down, and spread your payments over 5 years without a dime in interest. Only Genesis can make an offer like this on rings, earrings, pendants, bands, designer jewelry, even GIA certified diamonds. There's just one catch. This is a limited time offer and it ends June 18. 5 years, 0 interest financing with nothing down at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Saturday.
Into the basket. It's a home run for Abreu. See you later. Over the Astros bullpen for Kyle Tucker.
Tune in for an American League matchup between the White Sox and Astros. Coverage begins at 2:30
on ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey Nashville, this is Gary Bettman. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
We also think it's important too that, what are we going to add to our team? We have an opportunity here, whether it's trade, whether it's free agency, can we add some players to our team that, we feel are going to be able to fit the identity that we want to play with. We need some speed, some skill, some size, some competitiveness that can help surround our core players. And I think if we can make the right decisions and things fall the right way, we're really excited about our group. And I think as far as your top players, there's no reason why those guys can't, come back and have great years. One of the biggest reasons they had great years was their consistency and their work ethic. They're competitive guys. They were in great shape. They committed to check without the puck. They were able to play, big minutes for us because they played the game the right way. And if they come back and they have the same mindset and get, we talked with every player, 1 or 2% better in certain areas, and everyone comes back with that mindset coming into training camp, we're going to be an extremely competitive team.
That was John Hines on the Midday Show the other day. I bet he pooped his pants last night.
Probably so.
I mean, because
Johnny poops pants.
I just don't think that the Predators let a lot of people know about this. And maybe David knew.
But
I don't think
would the head coach not know?
I don't think so. I don't think. I think there's like a line.
And if he did freak out, I don't blame him.
I freaked out.
Any sort of shake-up in ownership or leadership wherever you work is stressful.
I freaked out last night, and I don't. I'm not the coach, and so I think the Predators really kept this under wraps. I think the Predators knew. The Board of Governors meeting was yesterday. Mm-hmm. I think they knew there was probably a chance that this was going to get circulated. I think they were hoping that it wasn't because it's so early in the process. Again, from what I was told, no pen to paper as far as Governor Haslam acquiring shares of the team. If you're just joining us, the news Sportico reported last night that Governor Bill Haslam, the former governor of Tennessee, was going to acquire the Nashville Predators, and that we have learned that it's now essentially going to be a years-long process in which he will acquire a minority stake, and then we'll grow more, and then we'll grow more, and ultimately we'll acquire Herb Fritch's percentage of the team, which is somewhere around 60%. And Governor Haslam has the money, as we all know, and so that all checks out. Now, you did ask me a question. Before we went to break. What was the question?
I said it makes sense in terms of not firing Poyle or not making a change with Hines or Poyle, so that makes sense. You switch up in ownership. But my next question is, what's the timeline?
What if they win the Cup next year?
Well, does that change ownership? Does that change Herb Fritch's mind of wanting to change the team? Or, sell the team?
No, but it definitely probably...
It changes things.
It probably affects what Governor Haslam wants to do. And
probably
what the
so.
ownership
It changes
group
things.
wants to do. My guess is
it would probably change my mind about what I want ownership to do as well.
My guess is that the big decisions about the club will now be, and this is totally speaking out of my rear end, but my guess is the big decisions around the club will be involved with three people: Herb Fritsch, Bill Haslam, Sean Henry. Those three people will make up all of the big decisions, like the grand decisions that are made about the team. And so if they win the Cup next year, you ask the timeline, how long for Hines, how long for Poyle? Much longer. If they're terrible next year, I could see them firing them at the end of the year and beginning the process and having Governor Haslam a part of the deal, in which they sign a new general manager to a 4, 5, 6-year contract, and they bring in that guy from Tampa, or they bring in that guy from New York or wherever, and you go from there. So, I mean, a lot of it, I think, Dick, is the one thing that I think this situation has for sure given David, maybe David gets this either way, is I do think it gave them an extended lease. Like, it gave them an extra year, where the normal franchise, under normal circumstances, and this team has never been run like a normal franchise. It was not run like a normal franchise under Craig Leopold. It was not run like a normal franchise, when Boots Del Biagio was trying to buy the team. It was not run like a normal franchise really until Tom Sigerin took over as the chairman. And as of right now, given this situation and this flux, it's not run like a normal franchise. But a normal franchise would have fired David Poyle, or David Poyle would have retired, quote unquote, at the end of last season. That's what the average franchise would have done. So they get at least an extra year, probably, and then they go from there.
And you also ask, what if they win the Cup next year? That's a pretty easy decision. If you win the Cup, the coach stays, the general manager stays. But and if you just absolutely implode, don't make the playoffs, and you're one of the worst teams in the league, that's easy. What if the Predators make it, Western Conference Finals?
You need to have that. Well, they'll keep their jobs, but you need to have that discussion with Herb Fritsch, Sean Henry, and Governor Haslam.
I know, but I'm just saying, if we're going to talk about timeline, it's easy to say that the coach stays if you win the Cup. It's not as easy if you go to the second round of the playoffs.
If they do the same crap that they did last year,
then
where
it's
they're
easy
not
to move
very
forward.
good, and they make the playoffs, and they get swept, and the building is ghostly in Game 4,
then it's easy to move forward.
Then you probably are going to find yourself looking, unless Poyle wows over Bill Haslam, and I don't think Bill Haslam is Jimmy Haslam. So if that's the case, then I think they move on. That's just where I am. Our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. I know we got a lot of text to get to, but we had a lot of talking to start the show off with. Hey, tune in for Sounds Baseball tonight at 7:05 on ESPN 94.9 as the Sounds take on the Memphis Redbirds. The AAA affiliate of the St. Louis Cardinals. Sounds Baseball is presented by 312 Pizza Company and Farm Bureau Health Plans. Our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. What do we have?
Troy in Murfreesboro texts in and says, I care about the ownership change. Majority owner may move the Preds to Knoxville.
So I don't think there's any chance of that happening. 1, where are they going to play? 2, I have not recently gone over the lease agreement with the city and the team, but I do know the Titans basically are doing what they're trying to do with this new stadium is something the Preds already did when Mayor Briley was in there, which is changing how the money used to update the stadium is concerned, with them reaping the benefits of a ticket tax. And that's the extent of it that I know, and I don't know one iota more than that. They've got a lease with the city, and it's a really good deal for the Predators. And even the Sportico article talks about this. They make a buttload of money off of concerts and every event that's held at Bridgestone Arena. So if you owned the hockey team that played at Bridgestone Arena, you would move them to Knoxville, or would you keep them in the major metropolitan city that's about to add a giant football stadium in which you don't have to pay $1 for, and keep your CMA awards and keep your everything else that you have at your building? That to me is a pretty simple thing. Let me say this. This is just totally my opinion. I have no sourcing, and honestly, I don't need it. The Predators are not moving. This is not 15 years ago. Things are absolutely different. What's next?
Kind of along those same lines, another texter texts in and says, if you're a lifelong Predators fan, you have to care about ownership due to almost losing the team to a buyer who wanted to relocate the franchise to Canada. Haslam brings Tennessee roots and financial stability.
I mean, I was looking this up because, again, our society is way more polarized than it was even 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess now 8 years ago when Governor Haslam won re-election by 70%. But to put this into perspective for you, Mitt Romney got 59% of the vote in the state of Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump got 60% of the vote in Tennessee, and he got 60% of the vote again. Bill Haslam got 70% of the vote. So that is a good sign that he is more likable than the other Republicans that have run, and I would need to look up what Governor Lee got, but you see what I'm saying.
Yeah,
here.
I hear you.
And so that's a good sign that he is universally liked. And Davidson County voted for him, which normally Davidson County is a pretty blue voting county.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do think that there is something to be said for the fact that Governor Haslam does have the support of the people. Even his approval rating when he left office, I believe, was in the high 60%, which is pretty good. And as somebody who lived here when he was the governor, and I'm not Mr. Politics, but I kind of keep up with it, I would say this. I mean, there's a lot of other governors that I definitely don't want as the governor of Tennessee. And Governor Haslam, I don't even remember anything that I'd be mad about. Now, I'm sure somebody will say something that, he cut this program and put money in this, and that happens with everybody. You can't make everybody happy. But I do think for the most part, Governor Haslam's tenure as governor of the state of Tennessee was rather eventless, and I like it that way. What's next?
Another texter texts in and says, as a former Thrashers fan, my stomach kind of sank this morning when I read the headline about Haslam.
Why?
Was he even involved with Thrashers?
No, but I think it's the thought that, a new owner comes in and then all of a sudden they go out to Winnipeg and they whatever. There's so many things at stake here, okay? I don't know the situation surrounding the Preds and Bally Sports, but I have a pretty good idea. And I know that I believe that relationship will continue down the road. That the Predators and Bally Sports will continue going for. I don't know that for a fact. I just would say that. Well, you think that deal is signed for them to be on Bally Sports Canada?
No.
No. You think it's to be on Bally Sports Wyoming? No. That deal is signed with Sinclair for them to be on Bally Sports Tennessee. That deal is based, or whatever it is, Bally Sports South, Bally Sports Southeast. And again, I don't know if a deal's signed. I know that, the Bally's people are very excited about the future of the Predators. That I know. They have too many season ticket holders to move. This is going to sound crazy after we spent all day talking about if the Titans have the smallest fan base in the NFL.
Uh-huh.
The Predators fan base is too large to move. That's why this is not 15 years ago. Plus, he's the former governor. I mean, if this were the governor of Alberta, I'd be worried about it. If it were the governor of Ontario, then I'd have some problems. But he's the former governor of Tennessee. I'm not worried about this.
He's not moving it to Knoxville.
Jimmy Haslam would have loved to move the Cleveland Browns to Nashville and send the Titans out to Cleveland. But he didn't have that choice. In the NFL, there's 1 of 32 of those. So you got to buy whichever one you can get. You think the Walmart guy wants to be in Denver? No, it's the one he can buy. You think Tepper? I don't know where Tepper made all of his money, but I highly doubt that he made the gajillions of dollars he made in Charlotte. No disrespect, Charlotte. But for the most part, these guys buy whatever they can buy. 615-737-1025. I have absolutely 0% worry about the Nashville Predators not being in Nashville. 0%. Not 1% because, what if the right guy comes along and, Steve Ballmer buys the Predators for $7 billion and sticks them in that forum that he's going to redo and put the Clipper. Nope, not worried. Not worried 1%. Not worried. I think you have a better chance of the guy who owned the Trashers that went to jail, that minor league hockey team.
Uh-huh.
I think you got a better chance of him buying an NHL team and moving them to Danbury. What was it, Danbury, Rhode Island? Moving them to Danbury, Connecticut.
Yeah, Danbury's Connecticut.
Moving them to Danbury and having an NHL team there than you do of Governor Haslam buying a majority stake of the team 3 years from now and subsequently moving the Predator. 0%. 0%. I think there's a better chance, and we obviously know this isn't going to happen, a better chance that Amy Adams Strunk would be like, we want to go back to Texas. 0% chance the Predators move. That's just me, though. Back to your phone, 615-737-1025, Stillman & Company. Oh, I do have somebody's ass I have to rip next because it is Fireball Hot Take Friday, and so we'll do that and your phones. It's ESPN 1025 The Game.
The college football season never stops. ESPN college football analyst Trevor Manich joins Stillman and Company every Tuesday at 4:30.
They've got to do what Nick Saban in Alabama has done so successfully over the last 10 years.
Presented by Houston Clinic on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From Fox 17 News, this is a Code Red weather alert.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Isolated thunderstorms possible this afternoon. High up to 96 degrees. Heat index up to 102.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Nothing makes one feel better than the ability to give to someone in need. You have the power to give the most important gift of all, the gift of life, with a donation of your blood. Supplies are desperately low in our area, and your help is needed. Blood Assurance is a nonprofit community blood center that supplies our Middle Tennessee area hospitals. Please find it in your heart to donate. Be someone's hero today. Go to bloodassurance.org to find a location or blood drive near you. That's bloodassurance.org. Give blood, give local, save lives with Blood Assurance.
Hey, Robbie Stanley here to tell you this baseball season you can swing for the fences on FanDuel Sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in free bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So just sign up with promo code ROB to get in on the action. FanDuel lets you bet the money line, home run props, strikeout totals, and so much more. Plus, you could combine your bets for an even bigger payday with a same-game parlay. I like Shohei Ohtani over on strikeouts. I like Mookie Betts on home runs. He's hitting the ball really well so far this year, but you take it anyway you want to take it. If you haven't tried FanDuel, now's the perfect time to give it a shot. Just join with promo code ROB and turn a $5 bet into $200 in free bets, win or lose, exclusively on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Must be 21 or older and present in Tennessee. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued at non-withdrawable free bets that expires 14 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Got a gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789.
With your home value up again, you are sitting on a pile of money. So don't let it sit there. Use it. Willie Donick here for my friends once again at Loan Pronto. Introducing Loan Pronto's Equity Line of Credit program. You don't have to refinance, but you can access up to 97% of your home's value. Get cash now to pay off all your credit cards or do that home improvement project. Get your down payment for a new home or stash away for a safety net. You can get $50,000, even $100,000 or more out of your home. And the payments are crazy low. Think what you could do with $100,000 right now. Loan Pronto makes unlocking your equity easy, and they can probably even waive the appraisal. Don't just let all that home equity pile up. Turn your house into an ATM machine and get the cash you need. Call Loan Pronto now, 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Darren McFarland.
I feel like we're a better playoff team.
Willie Donick.
You're in a window of a division you can win.
Chase McCabe.
I'm not signing him for more than $1 million.
The DDC. Weekdays from 10 to 2.
Presented by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling.
On Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 and 1063 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
on ESPN
1025 and 1063 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company, again, we're reacting to the news. Sportico reported it last night that Governor Bill Haslam is going to be acquiring the Nashville Predators. Then last night, I was working the phones. The Tennessean had some articles about it. Paul Scarbina, Gentry Estes had a couple of articles on it. I tweeted out last night. So it was funny because Sportico basically wrote, one paragraph that Herb Fritsch was, and the ownership group was selling the Predators to Bill Haslam, which is not technically true. But I reported last night after hearing that and then doing a bunch of talking and everything else. Let me just pull this up so I have it exactly. I can't remember. I reported that basically the Predators, that Governor Haslam was buying part. Here you go. I can confirm the Sportico report that shares of the Predators are in the process of being sold to former Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam. However, what remains uncertain is how much of the Predators Haslam is purchasing and what power comes with how much of the team he is buying. He is entering as a minority owner. There will be a statement from the team, but it is expected within 3 or 4 years that he will take over Herb Fritch's roughly 60% ownership stake in the Nashville Predators, and then he would be the head honcho. I do have someone's rear end to rip before we get to your phones. So last night, all this news is breaking. Everybody's talking to everybody. Everybody's trying to figure out what's what. This is the time period where you hope the people that you talk to like you, because if they don't like you, there's no chance that they will talk to you. I am not a reporter. I am not a beat guy. I have never done the things that beat guys do on a consistent basis. It sure would have been nice if The Athletic, and I can say this as an Athletic subscriber, it sure would have been nice if The Athletic had their Preds beat writer on staff. Oh, wait, they didn't as of Thursday. So I'm paying money to subscribe to The Athletic, and, Joe was trying his best. Joe was hired to be a columnist at The Athletic. When he got there, they had a Titans guy and a Preds guy and a Vols guy, and now they don't have any of that. It's just Joe. And so, here we are, big breaking news, and Adam is on the sidelines. And I don't think, that's what I said yesterday on the show. I don't like the fact that I think it's bad for the team, and I think it's bad for the city, specifically in the fans, for Adam Vingan to be on the sidelines. So I hope The Athletic felt that yesterday. I hope they looked at themselves and said, oh, crap. We don't have the really dialed-in connected guy who reported a month ago that John Hine signed a multi-year extension before anybody else reported it. I hope they felt that yesterday. I hope they learned their lesson. Oh, wow. And maybe when things like this happen, I'll have to reconsider my decision to subscribe to The Athletic if they're not going to have a dedicated Titans guy and they're not going to have a dedicated Preds guy, and I want information on news like that. That's all I'm saying. Back to your phone, 615-737-1025.
One texter checks in and says, it seems naive to think that new ownership won't turn into some big changes.
Well, define big changes. Did I say that I was naive that the team wouldn't make big changes under Governor Haslam? We're talking about how long until they get rid of the general manager and the coach.
Yeah, sometimes big changes are a good thing.
Well, here's what matters when it comes to ownership in sports. And I'll use Amy Adams Strunk as an example of this, because I like Amy Adams Strunk. And Amy Adams Strunk, I think, likes me. But I don't look at the drafting of Isaiah Wilson as Amy Adams Strunk's fault.
It wasn't.
I don't look at the A.J. Brown trade, whether you like it or hate it, as something that has anything to do with Amy Adams Strunk.
Because it doesn't.
When we're talking about a new stadium, that has to do with Amy Adams Strunk. If we're talking about moving the team, that has to do with Amy Adams Strunk. If you're unhappy with the job that Mike Vrabel and John Robinson are doing as the general manager and coach of the Titans, ultimately, who's the one who makes the call?
Amy Adams
Who's
Strunk.
the one who made the call on Mike Mularkey? It was Amy Adams Strunk. That's the involvement of an owner in pro sports. Now, some of these guys, and I don't expect Governor Haslam, though his brother in Cleveland certainly has me worried, I don't view Governor Haslam as somebody who's coming into this thing and saying, all right, we need to go get a high-end winger that'll sell some tickets, so do whatever it takes to bring in Evgeny Malkin. Well, Evgeny Malkin's probably going to cost about, $10 million a year in order to get out of Pittsburgh at this point in his career, because Pittsburgh's probably going to keep him and give him a lot of money. But if you give him way more money than you can get Evgeny Malkin, and the guy bangs the table and says, we have to have Evgeny Malkin, I don't see Governor Haslam doing that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see Governor Haslam being that guy. Now, maybe over time he becomes that guy. But again, the idea of what the owner really does is the owner's in charge of the person who's in charge, and the owner is the one who moves your team, and the owner is the one who builds you a new stadium or gets a new stadium negotiated. And I don't see Governor Haslam doing any of the things that you all would hate in that regard. Maybe he hires a bad general manager, but outside of that, I don't see like the massive change. Big changes are coming. I don't see the Predators wearing gold, like red uniforms in the future. That's what I'm saying. What else we got?
One texter checks in and says, when I heard new ownership, I was excited. Then I saw it was Haslam and all hope left and fear crept in.
So I have it stacked like this. On one hand, Governor Haslam supposedly was a pretty good governor in the state of Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
At least not a very controversial governor, especially compared to some of the people we have running states nowadays. And that's on both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for every crazy Republican governor, I got a crazy Democratic governor. They're all, it's all something. So he was a very non-controversial governor over here. I don't think there's been anything wrong that Governor Haslam has done, that would be, that's a red flag. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't believe that all rich people are smart because, the MyPillow guy is freaking loaded and built that.
Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, he built that MyPillow thing to the next level. But come on. So I don't just say, well, he's worth $2 billion, so he must be smart. I don't really operate like that. But again, Governor Haslam was governor and was very non-controversial, which is, I think, the most important thing. On the other it is in my mind.
With Jimmy Haslam, just, by association, obviously they're brothers, but they're not the same person.
I would say this, too. The Haslam family carried a significant stick at UT for a long, long time. And I think that power struggle all ended over the John Curry thing. John Curry wasn't that bad of an athletic director. I know. It was weird how it ended. And, the whole Schiano, and people didn't like Schiano, and then the protest, the anti-Schiano, and the people getting mad because they thought the Haslams were too involved. And then when they hired Jeremy Pruitt, the Haslams didn't show up to the press conference, and I get all of that. Let me just say this. John Curry hired Tony Vitello. John Curry raised a lot of money. And I talk to people in the ACC, and they think John Curry's doing a good job. Philip Fulmer, as athletic director, hired Jeremy Pruitt. And that's all you got there. So, not the end of the world as far as that's concerned. 615-737-1025. Basketball last night. I got some basketball takes. And I think there are two people that, first of all, I was surprised the NBA, that the whistle. I was surprised the whistle didn't kind of take everything over. But basketball, I do have some thoughts. And the first one, this to me, and I haven't seen the info yet on the ratings, but last night was a big one, and I'll explain why. Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey, it goes down so smooth and it tastes so great. There's no better way to ignite the night than to do it with ice-cold Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. If you're going to be out on a lake this weekend, if you're going to be out on a beach this weekend, if vacation season is coming, be sure to get the Fireball. That's right. There is no better way, whether you're hanging out with your buddies or you're hanging out with even your parents or your family, than to be the guy that's got the Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey at the party. That's Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Ignite the night. Please do responsibly and be 21 years or older to enjoy. That's Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey.
Heads up. 106.3 FM is a new way to hear 102.5 The Game from downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and on I-24 to Murfreesboro.
Make sure you have that preset on your radio dial.
We're making it even easier to listen to Nashville's best sports talk.
This is going to be awesome. It's like, yes.
Tune in to 106.3.
That's what makes this team better.
And hear the difference.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
This is Stan Harrison, CEO of Apple Collision Centers. We understand that no one likes to deal with auto body repair and the inconvenience it becomes in your day-to-day life. I want to personally invite you to stop by and let our experienced staff see how we can help you make your vehicle look good as new. Apple Collision Center has 3 convenient locations, Old Hickory, Hendersonville, and Gallatin, ready to serve you. Come by and see us or visit us online at applecollisioncenters.com.
When you want to rock.
Let's go, don't wait. This night's almost over. Do all the monsters come out at night? Why do we slip when we want to hide?
We are Nashville's rock station.
102.9 The Buzz.
We're in the most active season of the year right now, but if you've got joint pain, you may be on the sidelines. Hips, knees, back pain, shoulder pain. It sucks the fun out of living, but I've got the solution. QC Kinetics, helping people here in our listening area get the fun back. It's regenerative medicine. It's the hottest thing going. It's basically taking growth factors with the healing properties from your own body, highly concentrated, then putting them into your aching joints. This is exciting. It's in the office. It's non-surgical. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. So stop putting it off. Call QC Kinetics and learn more about regenerative medicine and get a free in-office consultation now. Call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024 for QC Kinetics. Repair and restore damaged tissue in your joints and get the long-lasting relief from pain.
From the Hillside Medical Game Studios, WPRT-FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne.
NASCAR is back. Kyle Larson returns to Nashville Superspeedway a winner.
Nashville's exclusive home for NASCAR.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3.
Terang, it's a high fly ball.
The leading receiver. Awesome Game 7.
Checker flag in the air.
The Game.
A Cromwell media station.
Where you have a voice.
We're one play away from an injury.
He knows this. He's a study of the game.
And we have strong opinions.
He's been awful. I don't think they were trying, and that's why I feel the way I feel.
This is Stillman and Company with Jared Stillman and Caroline Fenton. Presented by TriStar Moving on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman & Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, ESPN 102.5. The game streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda Gentry, live from the Hillside Medical Game Studios. Fireball Hot Take Friday. So we told you all last hour that the Predators were eventually going to release a statement about the reported ownership situation and the Governor Haslam's purchase of Herb Fritch's shares over a period of time. And I thought it was going to be coming out right around when we jumped on air. We spent an hour talking about this. Mm-hmm. I teased that we were going to talk about basketball. The Predators have released the statement. So, as promised, we have the statement. I have not read it, so I will read it to you as I read it. This comes from the Predators themselves. Headline, Bill Haslam slated to acquire ownership stake in Nashville Predators. Haslam is expected to become a minority owner in the next few months. Within the next few years, through a multi-phase purchase transaction, he will become the club's majority owner. So, nothing new that we haven't already said.
Right.
There you go. Here's what the Predators said. Quote, Nashville Predators chairman Herb Fritch has agreed to sell the majority of his stake in the team to former state of Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam. Discussions have proceeded smoothly, and definitive documents are being drafted. That goes to what we reported earlier, that nothing has been signed.
Right.
Upon the execution of definitive documents, the completion of a due diligence process, and securing all necessary approvals within the organization and the National Hockey League, Haslam is expected to become a minority owner in the next few months. Within the next few years, through a multi-phase purchase transaction, Haslam will become the club's majority owner. Again, what did we say? The NHL is now going to begin the process, and the owners are going to have to vote on it and everything else. And as we said earlier today on the show, none of that has happened yet. So the Predators are confirming what we reported to start the show.
Yep.
Here's your quotes. Sean Henry, the first one, quote, from the time our ownership group made up of day one season ticket holders gathered in 2007 to purchase and guarantee the franchise's future in Nashville, the goal has been to ensure that stewardship of the team is in strong local hands. The pending addition, again, this is Sean Henry, the pending addition of Governor Haslam to the ownership group solidifies that local stewardship for years to come, with the shared philosophy for making Smashville the most unique sports market in our league and country as our players and coaches compete for the Stanley Cup each season. We are excited and appreciative that he has agreed to join the ownership team. There you go. So that's the Sean Henry quote in this. And then it continues to say, in December of 2007, Predators Holdings LLC purchased the Nashville Predators and Powers Management, the management company that operates Bridgestone Arena, and assumed control over the day-to-day operation of the National Hockey League team in Bridgestone Arena. Herb Fritch currently serves as chairman of the Predators, a position he assumed in January 2019, succeeding Tom Sigrin. I'm surprised. No quote from Haslam. No quote from Herb Fritch. I'm kind of surprised by that.
I'm not incredibly floored that there's no statement from Herb Fritch. I would think that when it pertains to ownership, he would have something to say about it, but we've heard so much over the past few months whenever we've been questioning David Poyle's future that you're not going to hear from ownership. You'll hear from Sean Henry.
I think that's different, though. Like, I think Adam
I agree.
Vingan's article back when he worked at The Athletic that came out after the Predators lost to Colorado, that was the fans need to hear from ownership. That was Herb Fritch needs to get in front of a microphone and needs to be asked, why are you keeping David Poyle? Do you believe that this team can compete for the Cup? Do you believe in this team? All of those kind of questions. You know, the uncomfortable questions people don't like answering. This is different.
This is all about ownership. I agree that this is a different situation.
And again, look, I've told you everything that was in that release. I already told you in the 2 o'clock hour, which is there has been no pen to paper on this deal. It's, in my opinion, incredibly premature to be reporting that Bill Haslam's going to buy the team when, in fact, they haven't signed anything yet. I mean, again, think about this. When you buy a house, for instance, you don't close the day you buy the house, but you sign an agreement. When you're making an offer, you sign the offer, and then the other person, when they agree to it, signs that same offer, and now you have an agreement in principle. They don't even have that.
No.
So that's not even out there. And that was the point about drafting the documents that was included in the statement. But I will say this. I think Herb Fritch, this is just me, I think Herb Fritch should have had a quote in there. And I also think Governor Haslam should have had a quote in there. I love Sean Henry. I think he does a fantastic job. I think, look, we have disagreed many a times over the years. I think he and I, though, have a mutual respect for one another. I certainly have a lot of respect for him. He doesn't own the team. And while I'm okay with him speaking for ownership on behalf of hockey matters or even building matters
on ice
or
matters,
things of that magnitude, and even the off-ice stuff,
this is off-ice stuff.
But this is different. This is ownership stuff. I'm talking about, like, the team is going to host the first ever Stadium Series game. Fine, you do that.
Well, yes.
The team has joined the league's initiative to, that's fine. But this is selling the team. Regardless of the long, multifaceted phase that it has to go through, regardless of the fact that it's going to apparently be a long time until Bill Haslam is the owner of the Nashville Predators, I think that the fans, and again, it's not a press conference, it's not a ribbon cutting, it's not a PR, it's a statement. You don't even have to, it doesn't even have to come from you. The Predators have a guy who runs their PR right now by the name of Bill Wickett. He, I think, is the vice president for marketing, or I don't know his exact title, but he does a fantastic job. If I'm Herb Fritch, I'm like, what's a good statement? But I need Herb Fritch attributed to a statement because he owns the team.
And it can be incredibly generic.
And Governor Haslam has his PR people. Trust me. And I want to hear from Governor Haslam. And Sean Henry can tell me all he wants about the stewardship of the team and that that's the goal. And I don't dispute 1 inch of that. But I need to hear it from the people whose opinion matters. I need these people on record. I need, again, how many texts in the text line in the last hour when we were talking about this had to do with some, again, I think it's irrational, but some fear that the team is going to move.
Several.
I need to hear from the guy selling the team to the guy buying the team that they're not going to move. That's what the fans want to know. That's what the fans want to hear. Not the, we've always done everything in the best interest. Yes, we know. So that's the one thing I would say about this statement I don't like. There's nothing in there that we hadn't already told you all in the first hour of this show.
But did Sean Henry not kind of allude to that in his statement?
Sean Henry doesn't own the team.
I know that.
Sean Henry's not buying the team.
I know that.
We need to hear from the guy who owns the team. We need to hear from the guy who's buying the team.
And I have 2 questions.
And I'm not asking for a press conference, though that will inevitably be something that happens. At some point, Bill Haslam will have to answer questions about his intentions with the Predators. And I'm not saying that it's going to be an uncomfortable moment because guess what? That's what happens when you buy a team. But that will happen, and it won't be as much of a disaster as the radio interview that the BlackBerry guy, Jim Balsillie, did 15 years ago. That was probably the impetus for why they ended up not getting the team. But I do think that the fans deserve to hear from the guy who is selling the team, who currently owns it. And I believe the fans in print deserve to hear from the guy who's buying the team. And that's all. All I'm saying is that's just what I think the fans deserve. I don't think that, again, in a statement that is drafted, I wouldn't expect anything from Bill Haslam about, and trust me, fans, if I was in charge today, I'd fire David Poyle. And I think David Poyle can get a lifetime contract if I take over this team. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for a, basic summary that tells the fans, again, and I love Sean, but I think I need this from the guy in charge. I think I need this from the guy selling and the guy owning. That is, this team will stay here. Now, I don't even need a statement to believe that this team is going to stay here. But if you're going to put out a statement and we've got the fans that are worried about the team leaving, then I think you need to make sure that the guy who is selling goes on record and the guy who is buying goes on record and affirms the notion that that's not going to happen. That's all I ask.
And I wonder, does Haslam not want to put out a statement until it has been approved and voted on by the rest of the league? And if so, if he does not want to speak publicly or give a statement until that happens, then why put out a press release now before the league's even voted on it?
So the Predators didn't have a choice but to put out a press release. I mean, there was no way for them to, there was no way for this to continue without them having an official statement. I mean, what do you tell your own staff? What do you tell your coaches? What do you tell your scouts? What do you tell your upper man? So there has to be like an acknowledgement of, trust me, the Predators would have loved for, I don't know this for a fact, I'm making an assumption, the Predators would have loved to go to the league meetings, the Board of Governors meeting, and I believe it was Gary Bettman that probably brought this to the attention of the governors that, hey, the Predators are probably headed down this path, and one of those 50 people in that room walked out and told Sportico, hey, Predators are getting sold. And Sportico did what any reporter does, which is report. And so Sportico put that out there, and then all of a sudden it started this avalanche of everything else. And once that happens, you do have to address it. There's no, I would say, honestly, 3 o'clock when this story broke last night at, 9 o'clock? Mm-hmm. 3 o'clock might be a little too late. Not to say that it's the end of the world, but you got people that work for you that are showing up to work at 8 a.m. the next day, and everybody wants to know what's their future, what's next, what's this. So those things do matter from a PR standpoint. So the Predators had to put out a statement. I believe that if it's been agreed to, which I don't think you go to the league meetings, and I don't think you tell the other teams that this is going to happen unless you're pretty sure that it is in fact going to happen. And I don't think you go into the detail that they go into unless it is going to happen. I think the fans deserve to hear, some affirmation about the future of the team. Not just from the guy who's in charge of the day-to-day operations, which is what Sean is, but from the guy who's selling and from the guy buying. And Governor Haslam knows that. He's been governor, so he knows. He knows at some point that the constituents have to hear from the governor. He knows that at some point, you can send your press secretary out there all the time, but eventually you have to hear from the governor. So for me, the statement tells me everything that I kind of already knew, and it tells me everything that I would expect you all to be worried of with somebody new buying the team. And I think Sean's statement does make it clear that, this ownership group wants to put this team into the hands of somebody who's going to treat it and keep it because that was their number one thing. But I just need to hear that from the people that are in charge of it. Your reaction to their statement, 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. Then we'll get to basketball, so we'll get to your phones on their statement because we did promise you that when they got a statement, we would have your statement. So I just read it in live time and reacted in live time. Stillman and Company, Fireball, Hot Take Friday. It's ESPN 1025 The Game.
Robbie and Rex Road here on ESPN.
Welcome into the DDC.
Stillman Company is delivered.
There's a new way to hear 102.5 The Game. Nashville's best sports talk on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24. You now have two choices to hear our great sports programming.
Get the extra point, no problem.
And the Nashville Predators.
Scores!
Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
Breaking a sweat over summer staffing needs? Indeed's powerful hiring platform helps you easily attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
At the law office of Amanda J. Gentry, we are committed to defending your rights. Being arrested doesn't have to be the worst day of your life. Being served with custody paperwork doesn't have to be the worst day of your life. It may feel that way, but if you have Amanda J. Gentry representing you, you can feel confident that you're going to have the best quality representation in all of Middle Tennessee. Amanda J. Gentry goes wherever justice demands. 615-604-6263. AmandaJGentry.com.
Don't miss the Electronic Express Father's Day sale. Save big on Father's Day gifts from brands like Charbroil, Yeti, Samsung, GE, Sony, and more. Electronic Express has huge savings in every department. Outdoor living, appliances, 4K TVs, smart home, furniture, and more. Save up to 40% on all appliances with up to 36 months free financing. Shop in-store or online at electronicexpress.com and get free express delivery on most items. Electronic Express. We make Father's Day happen.
Time is running out on the hottest finance offer of the year at Genesis Diamonds. Now through June 18th, you can get 5 years, zero-interest financing on practically anything and everything. A $10,000 handcrafted Tacori ring comes to just $167 a month. Surprise them with something memorable. Put nothing down and pay absolutely nothing in interest for 5 whole years. Wedding bands for just $40 a month. Stud earrings just $30 a month. Don't miss this amazing offer. But hurry, it ends June 18th at 5 p.m. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. On approved credit.
It's time to tee it up at Edwin Watts Golf Shops for the hottest gifts for dads and grads, featuring TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Woods and the new Stealth Irons. The Carbon Woods feature carbon twist face technology, and the new Stealth Irons feature max forgiveness and explosive ball speed. And from Bushnell, the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders inform you precisely how far you are from the pin. Whether you're a dad or grad, get a free custom fitting today. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
There's not a better time than now to start feeling young again. Get your energy back, lose some weight, spruce up your look, and get healthy. Invigorate Health can help. They don't focus on just one area of the aging body. They take care of all of it with therapies that can restore your vitality and are customized for you. Medically supervised weight loss, hormone replacement therapy, PRP, IV therapy, supplements, Botox, and fillers are some of the services offered. Check out InvigorateHealthTN.com and book an appointment in Franklin, Mount Juliet, or Midtown.
Hey Nashville, it's Chase McKay, Program Director of ESPN 102.5 The Game, and there's a new way that you can hear Nashville's best sports talk. It's on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24, you now have two choices to hear our great sports talk programming. And, of course, the Nashville Predators. Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
It's on. It's happening. Remember, you can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter.
Get out of the way. I'm watching the game.
Presented by the law offices of Amanda Gentry. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
On ESPN 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
See, Sportico, I think their wording is bad. Sportico tweets to Jared Haslam will, quote, acquire the team over an unspecified time period. So we said it earlier, and then they had this tweet, and I was like, Okay, I'm going to say it again. The ownership group is staying. The ownership group is staying. And I think if you want to say take over, like Herb Fritch has taken over from Tom Segerin, is that taking over? Yes, it's taking over the ownership group. It's being the majority owner. It's being the chairman, person who speaks for the ownership group. That's all possible for Haslam. But again, like the ownership group selling out, which to me is what Sportico makes it sound like, is not happening.
There you go. That was Joe Rexrode earlier this morning, and the Predators just confirmed it with their statement that came out. Again, the quote in the article article. The quote in the statement from the Predators about Bill Haslam ultimately becoming the majority owner, Sean Henry is the only one from the organization or from Governor Haslam that is quoted by saying, quote, from the time our ownership group made up of day one season ticket holders gathered in 2007 to purchase and guarantee the franchise's future in Nashville, the goal has been to ensure that stewardship of the team is in strong local hands. Subtext.
They're not leaving.
Jared's interpretation, don't worry about the team leaving. But it would have been nice to have the guy who was selling the team say that, and it would have been nice to hear the guy buying the team say that. No disrespect to Sean Henry, but again, this is one of the few things that on the organizational flow chart are unequivocally above him. That's, if you want to tell me that general manager is above him, that's not what I've heard. In fact, I've heard general manager is below him. Coach is below him. Owner? Above him. Let's go to your phones. As promised, 615-737-1025. Your reaction to the statement on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. What do we have?
Neely in Bellevue texts in and sends in kind of the subtext of a bill that has him sign into law in Tennessee.
I knew this was going to happen.
The hiring and the firing system in Tennessee, which would place a greater focus on job performance rather than seniority.
Okay, so great. I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
I knew that when it comes to Bill Haslam, and I think the Predators know this too, if Bill Haslam had run, well, I don't want to say Pilot Flying J because that would have led to a whole bunch of other discussions. But if Bill Haslam had run Bill Haslam Industries and had not been the governor of the state of Tennessee, then when I say things like, his tenure as governor or whatever, you would have been like, okay, yeah, we remember, if he had run Wendy's, right? Like Bill Haslam buys Wendy's from Dave Thomas. This is just a hypothetical situation. And the guy who owns Wendy's is now buying the Predators. It's like, well, he really made Wendy's much more successful. So obviously he ran that business well, which is no guarantee for good ownership in sports. Just look at Jacksonville. But it's no guarantee, but at least it gives you something. With this, I knew it was going to be, Governor Haslam once said, and it's like, right, but you have to understand the role of governor is different than the role of owning the team. That doesn't mean that what he said or did doesn't matter. And I get what Neely is saying, which is this probably means that Bill Haslam will come in here and kick David Poile
and
out
has
the door.
no problem making changes.
And I hope he does. I hope he does. If you were to tell me that the addition of Bill Haslam, see, I think Poile and Hines have one more year anyways. I've kind of always operated under that. Maybe it's because that's what I want to believe, but that's what I've kind of always figured. I mean, they can't do the same thing and tell the same thing to the fans again. Like, it can't happen. So either Poile and Hines get it right or they get up out of here. It's one or the other. But if you were to tell me, hey, by this time next year, Bill Haslam, Sean Henry will find the next general manager of the Predators, I would say sign me up. And I understand that's what the texture is pointing to, and I hope that is the reality. What else we got?
Neil texts in and says, the Preds aren't going to move. That's just dumb.
It is. It's almost infeasible, unfeasible, disfeasible.
Not disfeasible.
Infeasible.
Unfeasible. Incomprehensible.
It is incomprehensible that the Nashville Predators would leave Nashville. And I'm not saying this as somebody who's a big fan of the team, because I've told you all with the Titan Stadium that you need the NFL more than the NFL needs you. The NFL does not need Cleveland. The NFL does not need Baltimore. They do not need Buffalo, and they certainly do not need Nashville. They need Los Angeles.
They need New York.
Which is why when they wanted to build a stadium in Los Angeles said, you can pay for it. But they don't need Nashville. The Predators, it would make no sense for them to leave. First of all, that building is so nice, and the possibilities are so endless that the second the Predators leave, there will be teams. Every single team. Let's say the Predators move. Every single team in pro sports, in basketball or hockey, would immediately use Nashville as their number one place anytime they couldn't get a stadium deal done. The only reason the Sacramento Kings are still in Sacramento is because Bridgestone Arena was built without a tenant. And in order to keep the Kings from leaving Sacramento, They got a $50 million loan from the city of Sacramento because Nashville was used as leverage. Now, think about this. If the Nashville Predators left Nashville, every single team looking for a new building, and I don't know how many teams in the NHL are looking for new buildings right now, but literally every single one would say, well, then we're just going to move to Nashville.
Yeah.
Because that building is first class. So you've got the building, you've got a TV deal, you've got a fan base that already has season tickets. There would be, think about how many arenas around the country get better access to the performances that Bridgestone Arena gets. Every single musician, especially in country music, wants to play at the home stadium. And so you're going to get all of the top acts, which is why you look at Polestar every year, Bridgestone Arena, and every ranking they have is towards the top. There's no chance this team moves. Zero. Now, 50 years down the road, if the building is still the same as it is today, and it looks like Municipal Auditorium, then maybe you could see that. But right now, the Predators just redid their lease with the city, I believe, in 2018. They're not moving. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about it. Everybody out there, even though I would prefer to hear from the guy selling the team that they're not going to move, and I would prefer to hear from the guy buying the team that they're not going to move, they are not going to move. It would be incomprehensible.
Good word.
What's next?
Another texter texts in and says, another point is that we've all heard Haslam wanted to own the baseball team, build the stadium, etc., but was waiting to see what would happen with the minority ownership group. Does that take him out of that? Does this mean MLB baseball is done here?
So was Haslam part of this fake Nashville group?
I don't know if he was part of the group or if he just expressed interest in buying in. I don't know the specifics of Haslam and Nashville baseball.
Here, let me use this opportunity to discuss Nashville baseball for a second.
Oh, boy.
So the fake group that everybody liked to story about, which many a time on this station, if you're a fan of this show, you know that I very often get very upset when I read different articles from reputable places about this fake Nashville baseball group that has no possibility of getting a team. But all they do is they keep telling you about how they're going to get a team. And I saw another article the other day about, I saw Gentry Estes retweeted a story about Dave Stewart. Because for some reason, people love writing stories about Dave Stewart and this fake Nashville baseball group. In fact, I'm convinced Dave Stewart's job is not to try to get a baseball team here, because Dave Stewart doesn't have the money to get a baseball team here. But Dave Stewart's job is to take all these people that work in the media now that were huge sports fans when they were 18, 16, 14, and he was smoke on the Oakland A's, and to sit down to lunch with them and talk to them about his vision, which makes absolutely no sense, and is total pie-in-the-sky type crap. And guess what? He's doing a great job, because everybody from ESPN to the New York Times to the Tennessean to everybody will talk to Dave Stewart, and they'll hear his vision. And in every article about the fake Nashville baseball group, there's something in there about, while there is not yet funding for the team or a stadium or whatever, they always have something in there. And I've always told people this. If you can tell me who the owner of that team's going to be, now I'll listen. If you can tell me how you can get the owner, now I'll listen. Because the Tampa Bay Rays, if you get a deal sweet enough for them, they probably will move here. They already have an owner, and he's going to want you to build him a $2 billion stadium, but you probably will get that team. The Orioles the other day, speaking of using Nashville as bait, I don't know if you saw this. The two brothers who own the Orioles are now suing each other, or one of the brothers is suing the other brother,
right?
Which also happens to coincide the exact same day that the daughter of the Chargers owner is suing the brother who's now in charge of the Chargers.
Sheesh.
And it all just miraculously, inauspiciously, suspiciously happened right after the Broncos sold for $4.5 billion.
Interesting.
And in the Orioles suit, they said that Nashville, that the owner of the Orioles, the son who's running the team, as sued by the son who's not running the team. The son who's not running the team said that the son who's running the team might move the team to Nashville. And that got a lot of people like, Nashville! And immediately the Orioles released a statement saying, yeah, that's not going to happen. But a lot of people saw the Nashville, Well, that was only in there because the one son needed somewhere to use his leverage to say he's going to move the team to Nashville, and his wife lives in Nashville, so he's going to move this team to Nashville. Baltimore Stadium is too good. That Oriole Park, that Camden Yards area,
is
it's
iconic.
too good for them to be able to move the Orioles. They can't do it. But they wanted a little, they wanted to get public perception on their side. So the easiest way to do it is to say, if he's in charge of the team, he's moving them. And that's exactly what he was doing. But again, if you gave the guy the land to build a stadium and built him the stadium, or her, built the stadium, the Rays or the A's, they would probably move here. Sure. But you have to have the money to be able to do it.
You have to have the land to be able to do it.
And you have to have the team. Now, here's the thing. Major League Baseball, if you build it, this is a legitimate Field of Dreams situation. If you build what they want, and you're probably looking at $3-4 billion now. A couple years ago, it was probably $2 billion, but the price goes up every day. If you build them what they want, they will bring a team here. So it's total Field of Dreams. But again, this MLB to Nashville group, until they get an owner with some money, or until they get somebody to build a stadium, or they get a mayor, or they get a city council, or they get somebody to give them something, I don't want to hear about anything about that group ever again. Because all that group does is give people this false sense of security or this false sense of hope that we can get a team. Let me tell you this. If I got 5, 12, however many acres you have to have of downtown land, which, as we all know, is freaking expensive, and I built a stadium for the Rays, Major League Baseball would let the Rays move here. If I built a stadium downtown, if I had $5 billion, I had $10 billion, let's say I married an heiress to a humongous company. Let's say I married Jeff Bezos got divorced, right?
Uh-huh.
Has she remarried yet?
I don't think so. So you can.
I marry her.
Hop on.
All right, I marry her, and Major League Baseball is expanding, and I go up to Rob Manfred, and again, I don't have Dave Stewart's group. I don't have the former Attorney General. I don't have World Series MVPs, former general managers, Luke Combs. I don't have that group, right? But I'm married now to the woman from Amazon. And I go up to Rob Manfred and the owners in Major League Baseball, and I say, here's what's going to happen. I'll pay your franchise fee of, $1 billion. I will build a $2 billion stadium, and I will build a $3 billion, I will spend $3 billion in order to buy the land in downtown Nashville, because Mayor Cooper's not just giving away downtown land, especially after this Titans deal. He's not going to do that. So I will buy the land, I will build the stadium, and I will pay all of you your free money on a franchise fee. They will give me a team. Even though I haven't spent the last 5 years talking to the New York Times and ESPN and the Tennessean every 5 minutes about this pipe dream that makes no sense.
Well, I think the pipe dream is rooted in hoping that they will find someone with money that will be able to invest in the team.
Yeah, well,
it's just one big advertising.
Then I don't need them.
Shtick.
I don't need them. If it's like, you know what, we just got to find a guy to buy the team. Well, if that guy really wants a team, he doesn't need you. He doesn't need you. I mean, this is not like...
Well, then what else is the purpose of that group?
I mean, what is this, like a real estate agent? It's like a Major League Baseball team agent? Is that what this is?
It's almost like saying, hey, anyone with money, we're open for business.
Ridiculous. 615-737-1025. Anytime I can get going on them, I just keep going, and I
know,
I gotta
really,
stop
that
doing
just,
because
it's a thorn in your side.
Fake. It's fake. It's fake.
And I hate the argument of, well, every list that you see of potential MLB expansion towns, Nashville's always on those lists. Those lists mean nothing.
And it has nothing to do with Dave Stewart.
No.
No disrespect to Dave Stewart, who came on the show. We interviewed him 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Floyd was out. Joe was in. We interviewed him 2 years ago. When he came up, when the interview was over, he said, that's the hardest one of those I've done. I'm like, look, Smoke, I just have
Probably
people
patted yourself on the back a little bit for that one.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to.
Ask the tough questions.
I mean, look, Dave Stewart was the MVP of the World Series the year I was born. So, like, the hero worship of I get to talk to Dave Stewart about the swinging A's. Like, I don't worry about that. So I don't have to. 615-737-1025. We'll get back into your phone. 615-737-1025. Stillman & Company. It's ESPN 1025 The Game.
This is Mikhail Kralin, and this is Nashville.
The rebound shoveled in by Mikhail Gronlund. And the Predators Predators have tied it up on the power play.
This is the flagship of the Nashville Predators radio network. ESPN 1025, The Game.
Hey, Willie Donick here. Are you feeling the sting of higher interest rates and higher costs? Those credit cards and other loans are costing more and more every month, and inflation is making everything else more expensive. Your home can save you right now. Your home value is up, and there's a ton of cash in it that you can access with Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto specializes in zero-cost cash-out home refis. You can get tens of thousands in as little as 2 weeks. Pay off those 23% rate credit cards and other loans. Consolidate everything into one super low payment. People who do this usually cut $800 or more from their monthly budget. If your home mortgage rate goes up a point or so, it's offset by your credit card rate going to zero. So call Loan Pronto now and unlock that equity and wipe out the bad debt. Do it now. You can even skip your next 2 house payments. Call 615-499-5780 or go to loanpronto.com. That's 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
The Knotfest Roadshow continues. Now, Nashville, it's your turn. Slipknot live.
You've killed the Satan man!
Plus special guests, Ice Nine Kills, and Crown the Empire. The Knotfest Roadshow. Rolling into Bridgestone Arena September 20th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, hit knotfestroadshow.com.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any. We buy any car. Any make, any model, any age, any price from $50 to $100,000. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any. We buy any car. Sell your car the easy way. Go online and sell it today. We buy any car. Any. Find out how much your car's worth at We Buy Any Car.
We're in the most active season of the year right now, but if you've got joint pain, you may be on the sidelines. Hips, knees, back pain, shoulder pain. It sucks the fun out of living, but I've got the solution. QC Kinetics, helping people here in our listening area get the fun back. It's regenerative medicine. It's the hottest thing going. It's basically taking growth factors with the healing properties from your own body, highly concentrated, then putting them into your aching joints. This is exciting. It's in the office. It's non-surgical. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. So stop putting it off. Call QC Kinetics and learn more about regenerative medicine and get a free in-office consultation now. Call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024 for QC Kinetics. Repair and restore damaged tissue in your joints and get the long-lasting relief from pain.
Robbie and Rex Road here on ESPN.
Welcome into the DDC.
Stillman Company is delivered.
There's a new way to hear 102.5 The Game. Nashville's best sports talk on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24. You now have 2 choices to hear our great sports programming.
Get the extra point, no problem.
And the Nashville Predators.
Scores!
Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
Hey, this is Jordan Rogers, and you're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
The Board of Governors meeting yesterday, something leaked out. I don't think the Predators wanted any of this to be out there at this point, but of course that happens all the time, right? I think this would be a good day for the Predators to provide some clarity at some point. Whatever can be provided, and I understand that can be sticky when you're talking about agreements on shares being sold and a process not being completed and all that. But, I mean, this is a pretty – if there is actually a fundamental change in ownership in terms of no more ownership group at some point, that is a big news.
That's big
That's
news,
a big
yes.
deal.
There you go. That was Joe earlier today. Let's go to your phones. As promised, 615-737-1025 on a Fireball Hot Take Friday.
One texter checks in and says, I am concerned about the political BS that Haslam could bring to the Predators ownership.
So here's something that I think is going to be interesting on the due diligence front, right?
Uh-huh.
And I don't remember Governor Haslam's policies. I really don't. I think part of it was I was pretty young at the time. You know, I think I was like 20 and 23 and 25 and 26 when Governor Haslam was the governor. And I will say this. I do think that a lot of the views that a lot of people, I mean, here's the thing that I don't like about the polarization of our society politically. You know what's crazy is our grandparents, Caroline, used to vote for the person that they thought was the better candidate.
Interesting.
Not
a concept.
Which team they played for. It was not like everybody who votes a certain way thinks the same about everything on everything. I mean, I know a way that I vote, and I promise you, I don't think the same as everybody who votes the way that I typically vote. But a lot of the NHL's initiatives would be labeled as progressive, and a lot of Governor Haslam's parties' ideologies would not be labeled as progressive. And that is going to be interesting to see how the NHL reacts to that. Because, for instance, remember the guy that called in all bent out of shape a couple of months ago with Willie and Darren on You Just Made the List about the Predators having the Pride
night?
Yeah.
Yes.
The hockey is for everyone. And, I mean, the guy was like, this goes against my Christian values and everything else. And, I mean, you can't have somebody that gets up there that owns an NHL team that says things like that. When the NHL is, as a group, collectively, all the teams, hey, we're all together, we're all this way.
And I'm not going
the
to
NHL
assume
can't
that
have
Governor
that.
Haslam thinks that way, but I understand fans' concerns or questions about what that might mean.
And this goes back again to this is why I like the senators and the congressmen and women that are retiring, because they don't have to vote a certain way on an issue to get it passed. They just vote however they feel, because it doesn't matter what their constituents are going to vote them in or out the next time. They just vote however they want to vote, which is bad because you should be representing the people that, voted you in there. But in general, I prefer people that, vote with what they think, as opposed to what are the people on TV going to say about me if I vote a certain way?
And I also have to assume that Haslam knows what he's getting himself into.
Sure, and he's out of politics.
Yes.
Yeah, he does not have in my opinion, he does not have the aspirations to be the next president of the United States. Now, that being said, we've seen this before. George W. Bush owned the Texas Rangers, and then George W. Bush became the governor of Texas, so it would be a little reverse. And then he became the president of the United States. Is it possible? I mean, I guess anything's possible. But I do wonder about kind of the dichotomy between, and again, I hate this because I don't know Governor Haslam's policies or what exactly they were on every social issue, but I have a pretty good idea of what his team thinks and what the team, because that's what politics is now anyways, my team, your team, his team, and the initiatives of the NHL do not see eye to eye, which will be an interesting element for the NHL to kind of, and this goes back to the whole the politicization of everything, which is, I mean, when you order a pizza and somebody shows up to your house and they deliver pizza, does it matter what that person thinks about, I don't know, abortion?
No.
So why does that have to matter with everybody in our lives anyways? And this is where I almost feel bad for Governor Haslam, is that because he was governor, he's had to have opinions on things like that. And then people will judge him a certain way. And it maybe, there are some owners that don't like it and it doesn't get through the process. It is certainly worth discussing the political angles of this, because he has in the past had to go on record and make decisions for issues that can rub people the wrong way.
And I do think it's interesting that a majority of the texters who have concerns about Governor Haslam coming in and owning the Predators are more about political affiliations and less about his obvious affiliations with his brother.
Is that what you're saying in there? Is that it's a political thing?
A lot of political
like,
things.
I didn't like him as governor kind of stuff.
Rather than the fact that his brother just guaranteed the most money ever in the history of the NFL to an alleged sexual predator.
Boy, I tell you, the brother, if he's anything like the brother, the Predators are
Not
screwed.
saying he is.
If he is anything like the brother, man, I'll tell you. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Speaking of the Predators, there is an on-ice development, and it surrounds a source. I don't know who the source is. A source telling ESPN the likelihood that Philip Forsberg returns. We'll tell you what that is next. And let's go ahead and give something away because I'm in a good mood. Be caller 5 right now at 615-737-1025, and you'll win a pair of tickets to see Train with Jewel and Blues Traveler at Ascend Amphitheater on Tuesday, June 21st, 615-737-1025. Stillman & Company, it's ESPN 1025 The Game.
At some point, it's a combination of who did you play and what does your skill set look like.
Get the best analysis of the big stories in the sports world with ESPN's Jason Fitz.
If you reach for a quarterback in the draft because you need one, you're going to set your franchise back 5 years.
Join Fitzy every Wednesday at 4:30. Presented by Blood Assurance. Jason Fitz.
I am 5'9.5"
on ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From Fox 17 News, this is a Code Red weather alert.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Isolated thunderstorms possible this afternoon. High up to 96 degrees. Heat index up to 102.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
If you want to sell your ride, do it now. All you have to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your license plate number, put in the miles, and attach a couple of pictures. Visit GiveMeTheVin.com.
Backyard Blues Pools is your one-stop shop in Middle Tennessee for all your pool needs. Voted #1 pool company in Rutherford County 11 years in a row and counting. They have everything from new installs down to their 5-star cleaning services. Visit Backyard Blues Pools in either 2 locations in Murfreesboro. Be sure to honk your horn when you see their big yellow truck and the Lazy Penguin. Come support Clay Greenfield in the number 84 Backyard Blues Pools Toyota truck on Friday, June 24th at Nashville Superspeedway.
Smokeville Smoke Shop has been serving Hendersonville and Metro Nashville since 2015 and is committed to providing high quality, hands-on, and personable customer service. Stop in the Smokeville Smoke Shops in Hendersonville, Gallatin, Hermitage, and Goodlettsville to try any of their wide selection of locally sourced products and selection of top nationwide brands including vapes, hookah, hand-blown glass, detox systems, e-juices, kratom products, leaf wraps, a dab bar at the Hendersonville location, and much more. Visit Smokeville Smoke Shops today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey Nashville, it's Chase McKay, Program Director of ESPN 1025 The Game, and there's a new way that you can hear Nashville's best sports talk. It's on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24, you now have 2 choices to hear our great sports talk programming. And, of course, the Nashville Predators. Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
Robbie Stanley.
To avoid non-contact injuries and not repeat last year.
Joe Rexroad.
Just wait until next year's national TV schedule comes out.
Robbie and Rexroad. Mornings from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman & Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
on ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
So as you prepare, we all know that everybody's anxiously waiting to see what the story is with Philip Forsberg. How do you try to gauge and hopefully envision your team with him, but also envision what you would do as a plan B, plan C, et cetera?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going through now. I mean, there's obviously very good communication with Philip. You know, he's around. He's at Centennial Sportsplex. He's working out. He's skating. So, you know, he's in a good spot. We've connected and talked, and I think he's in a good place. But things have to play out, obviously, you know, on the business side with him. So we certainly have a plan. Phillip comes in. This is what he could get paid. These are the years. This is what our team looks like with him on it. Okay, how do we want to surround it? So let's target these types of players, and this is what our budget will look like. Okay, if Phillip doesn't sign, okay, what's that next stage? How are we gonna? Maybe there's more players to add. There's maybe a different style of a player to add. Things change, but we certainly have, plan A and B for sure, where you have Phillip or you don't have Phillip. It's two different situations, but we're certainly prepared. We're working on those things. We have targets in each one, and hopefully for us, we have a lot of respect for Phil. I really enjoy coaching him. He's a big part of our team. He's been a big part of the Predators organization, and certainly from our perspective as coaches, we're hoping that Phillip, is going to stay here and continue to be a big part of our team. And we're optimistic and pretty confident that will happen.
Optimistic and pretty confident, as we talked many a time the other day when John Hines said that on the midday show. I took that as gospel, that Filip Forsberg is coming back to the Predators, and everybody else in the station is like, no, I don't know. What about, Joe? What was Joe's line? What if he wants to go somewhere else?
Yeah, what if he
Jared?
wants to go to L.A.?
What if he wants to go? So here you go. Greg Wyshynski, ESPN. Quote, GM David Poyle said that a no-movement clause, which he has given only to Roman Josi and Pekka Rinne in the past, not true, Matt Duchene, has been discussed. But it could come down to money within the Predators' framework. Josi is their highest-paid player with a $9,059 million average annual value. Evolving Hockey projects Forsberg could get $9.458 million on the open market, which is more than his most logical comp, Avalanche winger Mikko Rantanen. Can a desire to stay in, I hate when people say this, can a desire to stay in Nash Vegas bridge the money gap for Forsberg? Last time, Wyshynski writes, I checked with a source on Forsberg. They said it was 50-50 he'll re-sign. Boy, I'll tell you, that's original, Greg. 50-50? How much work did your source put into that? I mean, seriously.
I mean, we've heard 52-48 from a certain Joe Rexroad.
Joe's going 52-48. Then when I called Joe out on it, how'd you get 52-48? Joe's response was, well, I mean, I just thought about it. I didn't, I didn't think about, was it? Guys, Hines just told you. He's working out at Centennial Sportsplex. A lot of people that are from Sweden or are from other places, when the hockey season is over, they usually go back home. The people who don't usually go back home are the people who freaking love it here. Let me ask you a question. There are two athletes I'm thinking of that are currently in town.
Okay.
That I believe if their contracts were, cut or whatever, I think they might retire. Taylor Lewan.
Fair.
Ryan Johansson.
Yes, he loves it here.
So I think those two guys, and there are other young players that like it here, but if they get traded to Phoenix, they're gone. They're in Phoenix, they're whatever. And then there's other guys that are older guys on the downward part of their career. It's like, I still want to play, so I'll sign 1 year somewhere else or whatever. I don't think Taylor Lewan wants to play in the NFL outside of Nashville. If the Titans cut him, maybe he would play because he's still young enough. But if he plays another 2 years and then the Titans don't re-sign him, I don't see him saying, let me do 1 year, $6 million to go play for the Chargers. I don't see that.
But even if that did happen, I wouldn't see him picking up his family and moving to LA or anywhere else. It would be, I'll be a year away and I'll be back.
Right. He's not making a 6-year commitment to go somewhere else.
Yes.
Forsberg's not making a 6 or 7 year commitment to go somewhere else. He likes it too much. He's staying here, and the Predators know it, and the coach told you that. And that's why people say, well, if it's obvious that the deal's going to get done, then why hasn't the deal gotten done?
That's my question.
And the answer is because the Predators are holding out, knowing that Forsberg doesn't want to be anywhere else, and Forsberg is holding out for every last dollar, knowing that the Predators don't have a second option. And they both lie, and they both say that they have second choices, but they really don't.
But they both know that they both want each other. The Predators want Forsberg. Forsberg wants to stay in Nashville.
Here's the one thing you have to realize, though. And I still think it's 100% because I don't think the two sides will let this happen. I mean, J.P. Barry's a veteran agent, and I can see J.P. Barry pushing Forsberg to, hey, let's get this $9.5 million offer from Los Angeles. I also don't see the Predators being as cutthroat as the corporately owned Atlanta Braves were. But I don't think Freddie Freeman wanted to go to Los Angeles, and I don't think the Braves wanted somebody else to play on that team. And Chipper Jones told Freddie Freeman, hey, man, if you try to get every last dollar out of the Braves, you better be careful because you're playing with fire because they have a job to do. Bless you.
Thank you.
And I believe this, that in a well-run organization where I believe in the general manager and I trust where they're headed, I would be telling Forsberg right now, dude, if you want to live in Nashville, you got to think about, how much of a difference is $6 million when ultimately this contract is going to be about
9.5,
70
8 years.
Yeah, this is going to be
75.
70. You've already made 36, so you've already made $100 million. With this, what's $6 million if you have to go live somewhere else that you might not like?
And then
I would tell him that again, if this were a competently run organization, in terms of Poyle, how he's operating. If I actually thought there was a threat, that there was a plan B, I would be telling Philip, like, dude, if you're thinking about the difference between $8 million, or if you're thinking about the difference between $8.75 million and $9.5 million, and you're getting an extra year anyways, like, dude, just re-sign.
With no income tax.
Now, that's where the no movement clause is a factor. Because I could see him saying, nah, they screwed Ellis over. That's not happening to me. They screwed Harvey over. That's not going to happen to me. That I could see.
And if we're going to make the argument of Forsberg loves it here, of course he wants to stay here.
Have to
and that's a
give him,
realistic
and
aspect to this
That's
story.
why the deal's not done. That's why it's not done. Because that's the haggling that's going on. But he'll be back. 50-50. 615-737-1025. I can say that about anybody. Give me a Derrick Henry.
50-50.
Is Derrick Henry going to be the running back of the Titans in 2023?
50-50.
50-50.
And that's why I said on Wednesdays,
Ridiculous.
I think a lot of people are going to be 50-50 until pen hits paper, and then they'll be 100%. But I don't think that you can play that
Then
way.
you got to be 50-50 that Governor Haslam's going to take over the team.
Well, there's no pen to paper.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a little bit more than 50-50 on that one. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Basketball last night. The preliminary ratings are out. And I'm a little surprised, but maybe not too hurt on it. But I do wonder if basketball is in serious trouble in America after last night. And I'll explain why next. Stillman and Company right here at ESPN 102.5 The Game.
The MTSU Blue Raiders live here.
Down, Middle Tennessee. 3-ball, yes, sir.
And when you're in the borough, tune us in on 97.5.
In the end zone, caught, touchdown.
We are Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Winning this award is truly like winning the Super Bowl of car dealer awards for Mercedes-Benz.
Edwin Vickery, General Manager of Mercedes-Benz of Music City.
Culture eats strategy for lunch. You have to hit on all cylinders to win this award. You can strategize all you want. You got to still have the right tools, and our tools are our people.
Live the dream with 3-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best award winner, Mercedes-Benz of Music City. Go to mbofmc.com.
Interest rates may be rising elsewhere, but not at Genesis Diamond. Now through June 18, you can get 0 interest for 5 whole years. That's right. Buy now, pay nothing down, and spread your payments over 5 years without a dime in interest. Only Genesis can make an offer like this on rings, earrings, pendants, bands, designer jewelry, even GIA certified diamonds. There's just one catch. This is a limited time offer and it ends June 18. 5 years, 0 interest financing with nothing down at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
The coolest beer fest in town returns to Bridgestone Arena on Saturday, June 25th. Get out of the heat and enjoy unlimited craft beer tastings from over 80 breweries at the Preds Beer Fest. Each general admission ticket includes a souvenir tasting glass and a ticket to a Preds home game in October. General admission ticket starts at just $69. All proceeds benefit the Nashville Predators Foundation, which supports Middle Tennessee nonprofits. Visit NashvillePredators.com/beer to secure your tickets today.
You know it's going to happen, and when your car needs service or repair, remember Mitchell's Mr. Transmission on Gallatin Road, just north of Briley Parkway. Now here's Jim Mitchell.
At Mitchell's Mr. Transmission, we also offer free towing with any major repairs. If your vehicle has a breakdown and you should need any type towing is available through Dad's Towing Service. Dad's is a professional towing company in Nashville that provides all types towing and recovery, 24 hours a day.
You know it's going to happen, and when your car needs service or repair, remember Mitchell's Mr. Transmission on Gallatin Road, just north of Briley Parkway.
Hey, Nashville, it's Chase McKay, Program Director of ESPN 102.5 The Game, and there's a new way that you can hear Nashville's best sports talk. It's on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24, you now have two choices to hear our great sports talk programming. And, of course, the Nashville Predators. Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
From the Hillside Medical Game Studios, WPRT-FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne,
Robbie and Rex Road to DDC.
Stillman and Company, Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3. Terang, it's a high fly ball.
The leading receiver. Awesome game 7.
Checker flag in the air. The Game.
A Cromwell media station.
Where you have a voice.
We're one play away from an injury.
He knows this. He's a study of the game.
And we have strong opinions.
He's been awful. I don't think they were trying, and that's why I feel the way I feel.
This is Stillman and Company with Jared Stillman and Caroline Fenton. Presented by TriStar Moving on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman & Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, ESPN 102.5. The Game streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda Gentry. Live from the Hillside Medical Game Studios. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors on winning the NBA championship last night. And congratulations to Jared Stillman's Mad Dog Radio Take from May 14th, 2022. In which, did you see I put this out on my Instagram yesterday?
I did see that, yeah.
So whenever I start, if you follow me on Twitter, I do every segment here because you can watch the show on Twitter. But whenever I start off, I always talk about when I'm starting on Mad Dog Radio. I'll be on Mad Dog Radio at 6 o'clock tomorrow night, Sirius XM Channel 82. And so I tweeted out, this was May 14th, said, quote, going live on Mad Dog Radio on Sirius XM Channel 82 until 10 o'clock. We start by presumptively congratulating the Golden State Warriors on winning the 2022 NBA Finals. Now, I will say this. For about 2.5 weeks after that, I did not waver at all on Golden State.
Until?
Game 1, the fourth quarter, I was like, they looked old compared to the Celtics. And my whole thing with the Celtics was when I had that, segment on Sirius XM, when I said this was after Golden State beat Memphis and Clay had 30 in Game 6, and I was like, okay, they're back. The whole way that it was where Steph's the number 1, Clay's the number 2, Draymond is kind of the glue guy, whatever, and then everybody else is just every other person is just whatever. They're all replaceable.
Uh-huh.
And that's what I thought. And as soon as I said that, it was like every city, I'd look at the call screen, and it would be so-and-so in Boston wants to talk about the Celtics. So-and-so in Miami wants to talk about the Heat. So-and-so in Phoenix wants to talk about the Suns. So-and-so in Dallas wants to talk about Luka Doncic. And
Checks
so
out.
every single time, I kept saying, nope. And they were like, what do you mean? I was like, Miami, not good enough. Boston, too young. Dallas, one-man team. Phoenix, who's their superstar? Like, to me, that was how I looked at it.
Devin Booker.
Chris
Paul.
Chris Paul. Old man Chris Paul ain't never won anything. 20 years he's been on all these different teams.
Well,
you
are going to fault the Dallas Mavericks for having a superstar, yet make that exact same argument for the Suns that they don't have one.
They're a one-man team.
And the Suns are not.
Right, but they don't have Steph Curry. And last night cemented this. Steph Curry is an all-time great player. And I kept saying this after Durant lost to Boston 4-0. I said, this is serious stuff here. Because what it's starting to do is you get caught up in the moment. People forget about this. Manning versus Brady used to be a legitimate argument. I mean, people would get worked up about it, about Manning versus Brady. It's not really much of an argument now that all has pretty much been written. And that's not to take anything away from Peyton Manning, but Tom Brady's got 7 Super Bowls and is still counting and has the all-time yards, and I think he's got the all-time touchdowns. And look, Peyton, you love him, but he ain't Tom Brady. It's like at one point people actually thought Magic Johnson was better than Michael Jordan. Nobody thinks that now. And so I think a lot of people coming into this year, last year, years before that, when you thought about the best players of the era, they thought about LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and then Steph Curry. And then there's some other people in there. Now that the history really, I think, has been written, there's no argument, in my opinion, for Durant over Steph. Steph is an all-time great player. We argued this in 2019. I remember we did like 2 hours on this where we were talking about all-time great players. And it was the post Larry Bird all-time great players. And we came up with Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal. And I hate to break it to guys like Hakeem Olajuwon and Scottie Pippen, but they didn't make the cut. Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James. And the big discussion was about Steph. And Floyd didn't think Shaq belonged in there because Shaq couldn't hit a free throw. But Shaq was freaking awesome. And Tim Duncan. And so Steph, to me, you could argue it like Floyd argued against it with Steph 3 years ago.
Now I don't think
you can't argue it with Steph. It's over. And I don't think you can really argue Durant over Steph. Now, if I had to just look at it and say, who would I rather have? The scoring champion, the MVP, the 7-foot guy, or would I rather have the 6-foot guy? I naturally would say I'd rather have the 7-foot guy. If I just watch their highlights, who would I rather have? I probably would rather have Kevin Durant. But guess what? When it comes to winning basketball games, there's not an argument here.
Steph wins them.
Steph
wins championships.
Steph Curry is now one championship away from it being a discussion of Steph or LeBron. Because
I think you could make that argument now.
Steph's got more games to play. LeBron, I think, is pretty much done.
Mm-hmm.
He's still good, but like the LeBron era, I think is coming to a close. So last night, I thought was a seminal moment for basketball. Like one of the historic moments. It's not Jordan holding his shot against Utah. It's not, one of those. But I think this cemented everything about the Golden State Warriors. When you think of the best teams over the last 40 years in basketball. So you're going back to 1980. You got Magic Johnson's Lakers, Michael Jordan's Bulls, Tim Duncan's Spurs, Kobe Bryant's Lakers. LeBron doesn't have a team because he's bounced from so many.
Well, you could say LeBron's Cavs.
They won one title.
No.
Yeah.
Only one in Cleveland?
LeBron won 2 in Miami on the super team.
Uh-huh.
Then he won 1 in Cleveland, and he won the bubble
in LA.
And so LeBron doesn't have a team. Like, when we're talking dynasties, this is a dynasty. Like, this is legitimately a dynasty. This is like the New England Patriots, where they won 3 Super Bowls, they took a 10-year gap, and then they won more Super Bowls. That's what Golden State did last night. They cemented it. Just like when the Bulls won 3, Jordan leaves for 2 years, then they win again. When you win again on the back end, like Magic did, like Kobe did after Shaq left, like Duncan did, or after David Robinson left, when you do that, when there's a second era, a second act, and you win again, that's huge. The Toronto Raptors winning 1 championship, no disrespect to them, but the Toronto Raptors winning 1 championship, that happens. That's like that team that was good that year. It's, who won it that year? Who won that Super Bowl? Oh, yeah. That's right. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat the Oakland Raiders in the Super Bowl in 2002. And, like, that's it. But
one-offs.
It was right. That there's because every championship is historic, but there's not like this humongous historical meaning. There was a humongous historical meaning last night for Golden State, and I'm not sure America vibed in on it. And I'll tell you why. The Daily Caller is an incredibly right-wing website. It was founded by Tucker Carlson, and they have been perpetuating this whole, the NBA's ratings are so low, go woke, go broke. They've been doing this. They said that the ratings, and we did buy into this because they're the first ones to put it out there. They said the ratings for Game 4 or whatever were 8.5 million people. Well, then we found out it was 12.5 million. So they added 4 million. However they came about it, the people are saying that there was 12 million. So the ratings, according to the Daily Caller, it's the only thing we have, were 9 million for last night. Let's just add 4 million again, like we did last time. You're looking at 13 million people. Well, that's not really all that good, like historically speaking, for basketball. Now, again, we've talked about this at length, but that's not. Let's go back to those other teams. The Seminole teams. Now, let's forget about the one-offs or when the team just straight when the championship didn't really have that kind of buzz to it. And I'm looking back, like San Antonio, Detroit, and what they did. They did 19 million in the closeout. Now, in Game 6, they only did 13.4, so it's not that bad. But at that point, San Antonio was boring, and Detroit was super boring. Joe will get all mad about that.
Sorry, Joe.
Let's see. Lakers. The Lakers, when they beat Calipari's New Jersey Nets in their 5-game closeout, 16.5 million. That's Kobe's Lakers. Let's do Jordan. Jordan's Bulls in the closeout game against Utah, 35.8 million. Now, again, times were different. The whole process of everything was different. And Michael Jordan was Michael Jordan. Mm-hmm. But Steph Curry is a superstar, an all-time great. And he cemented that last night. And if we're operating under 13 million, is America giving Steph his due for what I feel like he's earned? Because they watched Magic. They watched Kobe. Are they watching Steph? Is it fair? Are the eras all that different? And here's what else is crazy, again, going back to the baseball thing. And then we will get to your phones on this. But think about this. Baseball. All we ever do is talk about nobody watches baseball. It comes out every single time. The closeout game last year was Game 6 in baseball. 13.9 million viewers. Really 14 million viewers for the closeout game. Which, if we are assuming that the Daily Caller is shortcutting it by 4 million, the same. Basically the same. It's crazy.
And you hear the argument sometimes about basketball that it just doesn't have the same oomph that it used to. But you don't hear it as much as you hear the baseball is dead argument or discussion. You hear that all the time.
And I got to be honest with you.
And it's really not.
I find this is going to sound crazy. I find this disrespectful to basketball. Like, it is basketball's problem. Like, we asked Fitz the other day if he was Adam Silver, would he be concerned about it? And Fitz said he would be. Because Steph Curry has earned the respect of America to tune in and watch him play. Not to knock the Atlanta Braves, they're my team. But did the 2021 Atlanta Braves earn America's respect to watch them in the World Series? Like, again, when we talk about one-offs, and I love the Braves, that was a one-off World Series. That was, if you're not a Braves fan, if you're not an Astros fan, you will forget about it.
No offense to Braves fans, but that wasn't a sexy World Series.
That's like the San Francisco Giants beating the Kansas City Royals. Like,
snooze fest.
Who remembers that?
Snooze fest.
Now, I remember when the Yankees went out there and they beat the Mets in the Subway Series, or I remember when the Red Sox beat the Cardinals to reverse the curse and all those kind of things, and they drew mega ratings.
But I wonder with basketball, and you compare Steph Curry's era to LeBron and Kobe and Michael Jordan, does an NBA superstar, or even the NBA as a whole, need controversy to be interesting?
So I think baseball does. I think baseball's biggest knock is that nobody covers baseball anymore. You turn on SportsCenter, and they don't talk about baseball.
No.
It might be like, 2-run home run, Cardinals win against the Nationals 8-3. But it's not, what it used to be when I was a kid, which was grand jury testimony according to Barry Bonds is, those days are over. I do think basketball needs a little bit of controversy. But guess what? I think there is controversy with this.
How?
Because you've got Draymond Green, who...
He's not a superstar.
But if I go off
Nobody
on
cares.
No, that's a lie.
Basketball fans care.
If I go off on Mad Dog Radio is not a basketball channel. Mm-hmm. If I go off on Draymond Green, phone lines light up. Like, everybody wants to talk Draymond Green. Now, a lot of that is because he and Mad Dog apparently have a history now. But there is, I'm telling you, Draymond, I was shocked at the reaction to Draymond talk. I mean, I think this is as good as you can get outside of having the Knicks play the Lakers with LeBron in the finals.
Yeah, it's two very interesting franchises.
And I wasn't really moving the needle. And I think I've just gotten to the point that I do think it's disrespectful to Steph. It's basketball's problem. It's not Steph's problem. It's basketball's problem, but I do think it's a problem. And again, we're operating under, the Daily Callers, what they say the finals got, and giving $4 million because they shortchanged us $4 million on the last game. So who's to say that they're not shortchanging us by $6 million? But that's what we're starting off on here on basketball. 615-737-1025. I think there are 4 winners from last night and 2 just straight up L losers. And I want to get to those next because it's Fireball Hot Take Friday. 615-737-1025. If you got a finals thought, get it in now. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
If you're on the road between downtown Nashville,
they're still in good shape to make the playoffs,
and I-840.
Players make it clear they don't want to be somewhere anymore.
There's a new way to hear all your favorite shows and sports programming on 102.5 The Game.
I go back to that play and I shake my head. What I was worried about is that they were still just going to keep the goal.
It's 106.3 FM.
Think about all the good Titans teams.
This is very much so a run-first offense.
Now you have 2 choices to hear Nashville's best sports talk. Check out 106.3 now and add it as a favorite.
Don't miss Rock Icons Kansas with special guest James Hayden at the Oak Grove Gaming Concert Amphitheater on Thursday, June 23rd. Tickets are on sale now at oakgrovegaming.com.
Calling a criminal defense lawyer or a divorce lawyer, you may think it's the worst day of your life. It doesn't have to be. If you have quality, competent representation who can guide you through a complex system, we can do that for you, despite if you've been arrested for a DUI or a robbery charge, whether or not you're going through a divorce or a post-divorce, or demanding your fundamental constitutional right to parent your children. 615-604-6263. AmandaJGentry.com.
Post Malone, the 12 Carat Tour. The long-awaited event comes to Nashville with special guest Roddy Ricch. Post Malone. Bridgestone Arena, October 16th. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. New album 12 Carat Toothache available everywhere.
Erectile dysfunction ruins sex, but it's more than that. It harms otherwise good relationships. It destroys marriages. It can cause depression and anxiety, and it can be extremely hard on a man's self-esteem. This is Kim for the Tennessee Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, if it's affecting you, I want you to know that if you're like most men, we can treat it and get you back to the man you used to be. At the Tennessee Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. Our protocols have success rates as high as 90%. We've successfully treated thousands of men in the Music City, and we have a variety of treatment options and treatment combinations that could have you performing like you haven't in years. You could even last up to an hour and experience great sex again that is satisfying for both you and your partner. In treating your health, expertise matters, so make an appointment today. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 615-208-9090 or go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. Visit our website to learn more, including side effects. Treatments extra. Results vary.
Hey, Nashville, it's Chase McKay, Program Director of ESPN 102.5 The Game, and there's a new way that you can hear Nashville's best sports talk. It's on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24, you now have 2 choices to hear our great sports talk programming. And, of course, the Nashville Predators. Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
Parents, it's time to cross off life insurance from your to-do list. With Fabric, protecting your family with great term life insurance is easy, fast, all online, and affordable. Fabric's policies start at less than $1 a day. You could be approved on the spot with no health exam and no risk. Cancel anytime. Stop putting it off. Apply today at meetfabric.com/future. That's MEET fabric.com/future. Fabric Insurance Agency policies issued by Vantis Life. Not available in New York and Montana. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions.
We want to hear from you.
Thanks for taking the call.
Join the conversation. Call or text at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
On ESPN 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Curry gets it, fakes, fires, three-pointer. Bang! Steph Curry from downtown. A 15-point lead. Steph Curry gets open, wide open. The side out of bounds. Al Horford fly by. Sigh of relief in the building, realizing that Chef Curry with the shot has just put you to sleep. Comes a point in time when you got to send the kids upstairs. It's grown folks' time.
He's a 4-time NBA champion, a 2-time league MVP, a member of our 75th anniversary team, and for the first time ever, he's an NBA Finals MVP. The 2022 Bill Russell NBA Finals MVP award goes to Stephen Curry.
Steph Curry, take a bow. By the way, sometimes after you win a championship, everything about the discussion changes. When Brady won the title against the Seahawks, and that was his 4th, and then he went on and he won his 5th with that comeback against the Falcons. After each day, it was like, something is totally different from now on. When he won his championship with Tampa Bay, his life, the legacy, the way people will remember Brady changed for forever. And you know who the biggest loser was when Kansas City lost that Super Bowl?
Who?
Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
The biggest loser. So tonight, or for me, the NBA Finals last night, 4 winners, 4 huge winners. 1, Steph. Because I think he's past Kevin Durant. And now, to your point, I think he's nipping on LeBron. And if Steph wins one more title, then there's definitely an argument for Steph over LeBron, considering that Steph would have 5 to LeBron's 4. Mm-hmm. LeBron has too many things like the points and the all-time stats and everything else to where I still think it's hard to have an argument of Steph over LeBron. But I certainly think that if Steph wins another and has 5 titles and LeBron's got 4, now you got an argument. If Steph gets to 6, it's over.
Yeah.
Then it becomes the Steph Curry era and not the LeBron era.
But I still think it's going to be the LeBron era no matter what.
It may be the LeBron era to the Steph era, except that LeBron got beat too many times by Steph. You know, like Magic got to 1 championship and then retired, you know, in the Michael era.
Uh-huh.
And Kobe was around in the Michael era, but not really.
They overlapped.
And LeBron was around in the Kobe era, but not really.
But LeBron's dominance came after the Kobe era.
LeBron's dominance, actually, for years, they were trying to set up. I mean, they weren't trying to set up, but the hope was that they were going to get a Kobe and LeBron NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. And it just, for whatever reason, whether it was Orlando beating LeBron or whether it was San Antonio beating the Lakers, it just never came to fruition to get that Kobe versus LeBron Finals that they always wanted. But again, like, that was the era. Steph and LeBron have played pretty much in the same era. And if Steph wins one more. So Steph's the first winner. Kerr is the second winner. Because regardless of whether or not you think you could coach the Warriors with those players and win the championship, the truth is Steve Kerr has won 4 titles as a coach. He won 3 titles with the Chicago Bulls. He won 2 titles with the San Antonio Spurs. You cannot take that away from him. Like Michael Jordan, for instance, won all those titles with the Bulls. He hadn't won jack as an owner. Mm-hmm. Steve Kerr has won in his second life, and that is cementing a humongous legacy. Third, Klay Thompson. Because if they win another one, I mean, Klay right now, I think you have to say the injuries that he went through and how bad they were when he got hurt.
Brutal injuries.
How bad they got when he got hurt. I think you have to look at Klay and say, you really do matter that much. There is no way around it. That team was the 3rd seed in the West because Klay didn't show up until January. And once Klay got cooking, Golden State was back to being Golden State, which tells you how important Klay is. Klay was good last night. And I hate to say it, Draymond Green, who I don't think will ever belong in the Hall of Fame, just punched his ticket to the Hall of Fame last night. 4 titles. He's a part of it. I hate to say it. And last night, Draymond played like within himself. He was the 3rd guy on the team, really the 4th guy because Wiggins has really become the 3rd guy on the team. But Draymond Green is going to the Hall of Fame now after that. Even though I don't think Draymond's that good and I can't stand him, Draymond's going to the Hall of Fame. The losers. 1, And I don't think this is close. Remember I said Bill Belichick was the biggest loser in the – Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Durant is the biggest loser of last night.
Warriors can win without him.
He's replaceable. He's Kevin freaking Durant. He's an all-time great. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's got the MVP. He's got scoring titles. He's got all the money in the world. And the team that you went to win your title so that people wouldn't look at you as a loser is winning without you. They won without you. They won with you.
And
they won without you. They don't need you. And KD, you went to Brooklyn to go prove, hey, I'm going to go run my team now. Because he knew that he was joining Steph's team, and everyone was going to look at it like that. Just like when LeBron left Miami to go back to Cleveland, he had to win it to where you couldn't say, well, but if. And they got swept by that same Boston team in 4 games. And the second biggest loser, Jason Tatum. Because Jason Tatum has all the potential in the world to be a monumental superstar. And he might be. But, boy, when the going got tough in this series, and this is the finals, this is the only time, this is where legacies are made. Nobody cares about what you did in the regular season. Nobody cares about how many all-star teams you make. Nobody even really cares what happens in the first round. This is the finals. And when the going got tough, Tatum was not there. Last night, Celtics get a big lead. Tatum gets in foul trouble, disappears for the rest of the night. What do you have, 13 last night? Terrible. Would Michael Jordan have ever had 13 in a closeout game? No. And again, we're talking about the eras. The Steph era is Steph's 34. So Steph's not going to play, he's not going to run the NBA for the next 10 years. Neither is LeBron, neither is KD, neither are any of these guys.
This era is closing, and you can see the newer era opening up
Harden,
with Ja,
Harden and Westbrook are already gone. And
Jason Tatum, Devin Booker.
One of those guys is going to stand out, just like Steph is standing out now. Nobody picks – they picked Tyreek Evans and Johnny Flynn in the draft before they picked Steph Curry. So someone's going to stand out. I don't know who. But Tatum, this was his chance to really get the leg up on the competition. And Tatum, Jaylen Brown, I thought played great in this series. Tatum, when you're the star, you got to be the star. So the winners, obviously, Steph, Kerr, Draymond, Clay, especially Draymond, who's now for sure getting in the Hall of Fame, as much as I hate it. And then the losers, Kevin Durant, definitely a loser, and Tatum. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Travis has been waiting patiently. Thank you for waiting. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah. Hey, Jared. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. I am born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky. Big college basketball fan growing up. I'd never really watched the NBA except to watch college players that I would watch in college. I think that emotional attachment is key, and I think that the one and done has really killed college basketball. It's also killed the NBA. Also with the introduction of a lot of foreign players that I don't really know and didn't grow up watching or didn't watch in college has really kind of killed that for me. I didn't even watch the game last night.
So I think this is you, and I don't think that is the societal trend, and I appreciate your call, because most people do not care about college basketball. Now, the K's and the North Carolinas and the Final Four, yes. But as far as and I lived in Louisville for a long time, so I know the whole people who care about college and don't watch the NBA, or they root for Anthony Davis because they like Kentucky kind of stuff. I'm familiar with that. I don't believe that's the problem with the NBA. I believe the problem with the NBA is fourfold. One, I do believe a little bit, the Michael Jordan got, what did we say, 30 million viewers against Utah?
Ish, yeah.
So I read somewhere, and I think this is kind of an excuse, but that same week, the NBA Finals every night has been the highest viewed show in television, period. So whatever, I guess The Bachelor comes on that channel, but whatever the most popular shows are in America, I couldn't even tell you. The Masked Singer, America's Got Talent.
Popular?
I don't know.
Oh, I hope not.
But those shows, the shows on CBS when I was a kid, and you'd watch a football game, and it would be, coming up next on Fox, it's an all-new animation domination with King of the Hill and The Simpsons and Family Guy, and it's all new on Fox. Every time we watch a football, thank you. Or it would be and coming up later tonight on CBS, find out what happens when Raymond tries to figure out what's wrong with Robert. It's an all-new Everybody Loves Raymond, CBS, America's Most Watched Network, 3rd down and 4 for the Patriots. Like, back in the day, those shows used to get, millions and millions and millions of viewers. Well, now to watch those shows, you have commercials.
People don't watch commercials anymore.
No commercials, no. So I do
People
think
don't have cable anymore.
in Michael Jordan's heyday, those games, even though they were getting 30 million viewers, Roseanne and Home Improvement had higher ratings than that NBA Finals game. And honestly, I think Roseanne kind of sucked, but that's just me.
I don't even remember Roseanne.
It's a little bit before your time. And Ian knows what I'm talking about. Do you think
I
Roseanne?
mean, I know what the show is. I just don't remember what it was about.
Do you think Roseanne sucked?
I didn't really watch that show, no.
I thought Roseanne sucked. So I just guarantee you the text line's going to blow up with people that are like, I love Roseanne. They should bring it back again. All that kind of stuff. But I do think that the audience is fragmented in all things except for the NFL. And that was Rupert Murdoch's prediction in 1994 when he overpaid. CBS was only willing to pay $220 million for the NFC, and Fox offered $400 million and got the NFC. And CBS, it was a massive hit to them, and it established Fox as a network. At that point, Fox was the WB, it was UPN, it was not ABC, NBC, CBS. But it became that because they had the NFL. And Rupert Murdoch's theory was, I'm buying a network. The NFL is making Fox a network. And his theory was, in the day of cable, which is upcoming, most people in 94 I don't think had cable, but it was really coming. In the day of cable, viewership is going to be completely fragmented, but the NFL will never be fragmented. And that is now the truth 30 years later times a billion because of all the streaming services and everything else. I don't think it has anything to do with the one and done. I don't think the one and done, Kobe didn't go to college. It didn't hurt his ratings. LeBron didn't go to college. It didn't hurt his ratings.
If one and done is hurting anything or anyone, it's college basketball.
And not only that, guess who was a great college player and definitely got viewership when he played and took Davidson to the Elite Eight? Steph Curry. So there are enough college players that are in there. It has nothing to do with college. I'm willing to listen to all the reasons about the NBA and why the viewership is not the same that it used to be. I mean, my biggest thing is I feel almost offended for baseball. I feel like baseball deserves more credit because they're doing the same for the World Series that the finals are doing for basketball, and yet you turn on the TV and there's Stephen A. Smith yelling about basketball. When's the last time Stephen A. Smith yelled about baseball?
Probably something about the All-Star game.
What do you mean?
Last year, the All-Star game, when it moved from Atlanta to Denver, that was probably the last time that Stephen A. Smith talked about baseball, if I'm being completely honest.
Maybe. But
they talk about baseball controversies, but they do not talk about, who
There are no controversies in baseball because the sport doesn't get covered like that anymore. Like the sport, it's all, if you want to listen to baseball, because I've noticed this, the Braves won a playoff game, an LCS game against the Dodgers, in extra innings. What do you got such a big smile about?
Nothing.
What are you smiling about?
Am I not allowed to smile? Am I not allowed to have a good time?
I mean, clearly you're having a good time about something. So the Braves beat the Dodgers on a Sunday night, and it was extra innings, and it's the LCS and everything. And I'm like working out the next morning. I'm trying to find somebody who's talking about the game, and everybody's talking about football. And I get it. I turn on MLB Network, and the Red Sox are playing the Astros. So they're talking about the Red Sox and the Astros that the next day. They're not talking about the Braves. I'm like, where can I find them talking about the Braves? Finally, thanks because I do have a Sirius XM, subscription, MLB Network Radio was talking about it. That was the only place I could go. That is a network station, just like MLB Network TV. Well, they're not going to go on there and criticize. I mean, they may say that was a bad decision to throw to third base, but they're not going to sit there and say the manager should be fired. And controversy is good. Jerry Jones one time told David Hill, who was the guy who ran Fox Sports when they got the NFL, Jerry Jones said, the Cowboys, and this is the 90s Cowboys, they're too wild, they're too crazy, I got to rein them in. And David Hill was like, no, it's great. And Jerry's theory is the drama's great for the NFL. And I think
drama's great for every sport.
And I think Jerry might be right. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. We'll take your phones next. It's a Fireball Hot Take Friday. I love Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Why? Because it goes down so smooth and it tastes so great. There is no better way to ignite the night than to do it with ice-cold Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. That's right. I love Fireball whiskey. There's no better way to celebrate a championship, maybe, if that's your team, than with ice-cold Fireball cinnamon whiskey. Please do it responsibly. And be 21 years or older to enjoy. Again, that is Fireball cinnamon whiskey.
If you're on the road between downtown Nashville,
they're still in good shape to make the playoffs.
And I-840.
Players make it clear they don't want to be somewhere anymore.
There's a new way to hear all your favorite shows and sports programming on 102.5 The Game.
I go back to that play and I shake my head. What I was worried about is that they were still just going to keep the goal.
It's 106.3 FM.
Think about all the good Titans teams.
This is very much so a run-first offense.
Now you have two choices to hear Nashville's best sports talk. Check out 106.3 now and add it as a favorite.
Hey, this is Sean Ford, Director of Sales for ESPN 102.5 The Game. I'm looking for talented salespeople to add to our dynamic and growing team. If you're an experienced seller who's looking for a new adventure and a career path that offers more excitement and new opportunities, you may want to listen up. First of all, if you're hearing this message, you're probably already a fan of The Game. We have a long list of local businesses who are fans too and love what we do to help them grow. You might be someone who could be a part of that experience. Are you comfortable meeting strangers and earning their trust? Do you enjoy working in a team environment, but self-motivated to set and achieve your own personal goals? Are you a creative person who loves to share your ideas with others? Do you thrive on making a difference in your community? If the answers to all those questions was yes, then we should talk. Send your resume and cover letter to together@cromwellmedia.com. That's together@cromwellmedia.com. Let's see if we're a good match. Cromwell Media is an equal opportunity employer.
This segment of ESPN 102.5 The Game is brought to you by Train Heating and Cooling Systems. Tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
When I retire, I plan on being busy. Bird watching, cooking, traveling. I might even write a book. But I never thought I'd have to plan on being an expert on all things Medicare. Fortunately, with 75 years of experience helping Tennesseans, the experts at Farm Bureau Health Plans helped answer all my Medicare questions. So no matter what I plan on doing next, I understand all my options. Talk to your local representative or visit fbhp.com. Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan on us.
We're saluting 4 more of our teammates at Cromwell Media this month. Cindy Johns in sales has been here 20 years. Lakin King, who handles all our commercial logs, is enjoying 13 years. Operations Manager Ace Swartz is toasting 12 years with us. And Chase McCabe, Program Director for our Sports Talk stations, chalks up 10 years. That's 55 years of combined experience with our company. There's a reason for that tenure. We value our employees and do our very best to create a great work experience. Check us out at together@cromwellmedia.com.
Hey, Nashville, it's Chase McCabe, Program Director of ESPN 102.5 The Game, and there's a new way that you can hear Nashville's best sports talk. It's on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24, you now have two choices to hear our great sports talk programming. And, of course, the Nashville Predators. Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
The Sounds.
Play ball! It's a ground ball right side base hit. Whitley coming in to score. Corey Ray makes it 3-0 Sounds.
The Nashville Sounds continue their series against the Memphis Redbirds.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sounds win.
Coverage begins at 6:50 on your home for the Sounds.
ESPN
94.9 and the Game Nashville app.
This is Greg McElroy, and you're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Clay, after everything that you have been through in the last 3 years, what does it feel like to be a champion again?
Oh, man. I mean, 2 years off. It wasn't really off. Watching the finals and the playoffs last couple years would kill me. And just to be back on this stage, I'm so thankful for my teammates, the start they had this year, 18-2. It really laid the foundation for what was to come, and it's crazy. I'm on cloud 109 right now, Lisa. I don't even know what to say.
There you go. That was Clay last night. I love Clay. I mean, Clay, you know, Clay's going to make the Hall of Fame, as he should. But I feel like Clay is Scottie Pippen without the constant resentment of being the number 2. I think Clay embraces being the number 2. Pippen in 1991 resented being number 2. In 1998, he resented being number 2. In 1994, he resented that he wasn't automatically treated like Michael Jordan because Phil drew up a shot for Tony Kukoc, and he resented that. In 2020, he resented being number 2. So, I mean, Scotty, even though he was when you think of the greatest number 2s in the history of sports, you think of Scottie Pippen. He resents that. I think Clay embraces it. I think they're a great team. Even though I was rooting for a Game 7, I really was. Even though I had said for a month that Golden State was going to win the title, I was rooting so hard for Game 7 for 2 reasons.
You picked the Celtics yesterday.
I thought the NBA was going to help me out. And I think they kind of tried a little bit, but not too much. I thought the officiating was very well balanced. Scott Foster did not ref the game, in which the Celtics are 12-0 and Scott Foster refs, so I figured he was for sure reffing. I thought the NBA was going to help me out.
Was that going to be too obvious?
I don't know, maybe.
If he was the ref last night?
I don't know, maybe. But I would say that I'm a little bummed out because I'm on Mad Dog Radio tomorrow night, and I would have much preferred a Game 7 on Sunday than the idea of, basketball is now 3 days old. Let's go to your phones, as promised. Phone line driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com.
Michael Texan about the number 2, the Clay, the Scottie Pippen. Sure. It says Jason Tatum established himself as a second star in these finals. A Klay Thompson, a Chris Bosh. He's a star, but not a number 1 on a championship winner.
So here's the thing about the true superstars of the NBA. And I'm not talking about, I'm trying to think of a guy who was a good player, but not a true superstar. But when it comes to the true superstars, I'm not talking the all-time greats. The Michaels, the Kobes, that's one thing. But the true superstar, Karl Malone was a true superstar who didn't have the titles, so he's not considered an all-time great. Allen Iverson was a true superstar who doesn't have the titles, so he's not considered an all-time great. I think Kevin Durant will be remembered as this kind of player. Mm-hmm. They make the All-Star team every year. Their teams are in the playoffs every year. Jason Tatum, I believe, is 23 years old. He's been in the NBA for 5 years. He's made the All-Star game the last 3 years. Ever since Kyrie Irving left the Celtics and it kind of became his team, they've been to the Eastern Conference Final, they've been to the first round of the playoffs, and they've been to the NBA Finals. I'm not going to say Tatum's a number 2. Just like I'm not going to say Karl Malone was a number 2. Just like I'm not going to say Charles Barkley was a number 2. Because Charles Barkley was not a number 2. Charles Barkley was a league MVP. Charles Barkley is a Hall of Famer. Charles Barkley is on the Dream Team. But as Shaq often reminds him on the TNT set, you didn't win those championships, Chuck. You can't talk about that, Chuck. You didn't win, Chuck. You ain't got these rings, Chuck. Google my final stats, Chuck. Because he didn't win.
Who he played for.
But that's how I feel about Tatum. And I will say this. I do think there's a question about his Tatum. Did Tatum get poopy pants in this series? And I think he kind of did. Especially last night.
Last night was bad.
Tatum did not. In Game 5 and the end of Game 4, Tatum
and
did
Game
not
1.
rise to the occasion. Yeah, but they won. So it's like you can count that off as, hey, he was getting everybody else involved. Great team ball. Just like nobody dogged Steph. He didn't hit a 3-point shot in Game 5.
But they won.
And then Steph balled out in 4 and 6. Steph's the MVP. What's next?
Andrew checks in about the kind of lack of watching of the NBA Finals and says you grow out of the NBA. It's a league for 25 years and under. I went to 10 Iverson games, loved the NBA. Once I was 21, we drank and watched football. I wouldn't go to a basketball game for free now.
I think there's some truth, not to that, because I would go to a basketball game for free.
I certainly would.
I like basketball. I think there's some truth to that because Fitz earlier in the week, and he did all the same digital stuff that you used to kind of coordinate at ESPN, and Fitz was like, our digital numbers were just so awesome because the young kids love basketball.
The young kids do love basketball, but young kids grow up.
So here's my question, though. If young kids like basketball and they grow up and then don't watch basketball, and old people watch baseball, then what's the big difference? The key with young people is if you get the young people, the hope is that you have the young people for forever.
Right. But that's the thing with the NBA. So much of it is driven by drama and personality
gossip.
And controversy, gossip, and so much of it is personality driven that I think young people love it. It's like The Bachelor. People watch The Bachelor because they love controversy. But I think when you do grow up and you get into maybe the NFL or other interests, the controversy, you're over it. You don't want to entertain that kind of thing. I always say I call stuff like middle school drama because that's the kind of stuff that you get entertained with when you're 13 years old. But when you're 30, 35, 40, all that stuff you are not interested in it anymore. And that's what drives so much of the NBA. Kyrie, even Draymond. We talk about Draymond because of the drama, because of the controversy, not
of the
because
bullcrap,
of anything he does on the court. Ben Simmons, James Harden.
You
it's
keep
all
talking
just
about
boohoo crybaby.
I have noticed this with you. You bring up Ben Simmons every time
because he's a crybaby, and it's all about drama and nothing he does on the court.
I know, but I'm not sure anybody else I talk to at all talks about Ben Simmons. And every time we talk about the NBA, you talk about Ben Simmons.
Because I'm making examples of just the clown show in the NBA, and he's part of it.
I know, but it's like if we were to talk about, the clown show that it used to be when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like people would talk about Ron Artest, but like Gilbert Arenas, Gilbert Arenas was a clown show, but I guess I just don't think about it. When I think of the players today, I'm with you. Like Harden, what a crybaby loser.
Kyrie?
Loser. But I never think of Simmons because I don't even consider Simmons in that ballpark.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You didn't consider him refusing to play for the Sixers?
No, I just
demanding a trade and then not playing when he got traded to Brooklyn?
I just don't think that, Simmons even is worth discussing.
And I think also I covered Simmons in the early stages of his crybaby career.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that I just have such a deep set distaste in my mouth about Ben Simmons.
That's kind of why I hate Rajon Rondo. Because I covered him in Boston.
I could care less about Rajon Rondo.
615-737-1025. Stillman and company. Steph or LeBron? Is he approaching LeBron? They have the same amount of titles. How do we think? And, of course, your phones. Fireball Hot Take Friday. It's ESPN 1025 The Game.
Every Wednesday at 5, join us for Jared versus Joe as they debate all of the big topics in sports. Presented by Parman Tractor and Equipment and Mayweather Boxing and Fitness on ESPN 1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 meteorologist Greg Bobis. The forecast getting much nicer just for the weekend, but we'll take it. High temperatures only in the upper 80s, no humidity for Saturday and Sunday, and no rain chances either day. The heat returns, though, back near triple digits next week.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face truck today.
Don't miss Rock Icons Kansas with special guest James Hayden at the Oak Grove Gaming Concert Amphitheater on Thursday, June 23rd. Tickets are on sale now at oakgrovegaming.com.
Hey, Willie Donick here. Are you feeling the sting of higher interest rates and higher costs? Those credit cards and other loans are costing more and more every month, and inflation is making everything else more expensive. Your home can save you right now. Your home value is up, and there's a ton of cash in it that you can access with Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto specializes in zero-cost cash-out home refis. You can get tens of thousands in as little as 2 weeks. Pay off those 23% rate credit cards and other loans. Consolidate everything into one super low payment. People who do this usually cut $800 or more from their monthly budget. If your home mortgage rate goes up a point or so, it's offset by your credit card rate going to zero. So call Loan Pronto now and unlock that equity and wipe out the bad debt. Do it now. You can even skip your next 2 house payments. Call 615-499-5780 or go to loanpronto.com. That's 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Darren McFarland.
That's the most personality I think I've heard.
Willie Donick.
Give me credit. I said it.
Chase McCabe.
I still talk to people outside of this building.
The DDC. Weekdays from 10 to 2.
Presented by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling.
On Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN.
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
On ESPN.
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Draymond, you and the fans here have a special kind of love thing going on. Just what does it mean to get this title here in this building?
It means a lot. This fan base gave me a hard time, really hard time. And to come here and get a win, it's awesome. I appreciate this fan base. They brought incredible energy. Got to give kudos to them. But we did what we do. Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
There you go. That was Draymond Green. By the way, you notice who Draymond didn't talk about in that right there? His teammates.
The team. Yeah.
You know, it's not. It was, these fans got on me, but I showed them. No, Steph and Clay and Wiggins and Looney, and congratulations to Draymond because he's going to end up in the Hall of Fame, but he's really not that good.
But a good friend of mine from ESPN was covering the game last night. He does social, so he's on the court, and he was grabbing a bunch of videos on his phone, and he posted one to his story, and it was Draymond saying, "What they going to say about me now?" And it was like, really? You just won a championship, and that's what you're concerned about is what the haters are going to say?
Draymond Green, Mad Dog said that he was tired of Draymond's bullcrap. And on First Take, and JJ Redick, went nuts, and it went viral. And so Draymond, of course, went right to his podcast. And Draymond was like...
the podcast got record numbers last night.
I bet it was huge. And Draymond was like, be glad that I didn't take your job. And it's like, dude, Draymond Green. Like, Mad Dog is in every Hall of Fame possible. He has a TV show on MLB Network. He's got his own station on Sirius XM. He was #1 in New York City for 20 years. And he's on First Take once a week. Like, I'd say it, Draymond, but people aren't sitting around 4 hours to call you to be like, yeah, Draymond, I was wondering what you thought about, did Jeter or Gehrig? I don't know what. I'm sorry, Draymond. He's so arrogant. It drives me nuts.
But Dog doesn't have any finals championships.
He does not. Jim is up next on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. Thank you for calling on the NBA. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. I think one thing that's really bad for the NBA is you don't have rivalries, and you do have a lack of personalities. I'm a little older, so I go back to the Lakers when the Celtics, or even something as little as the Pacers and Reggie Miller getting into it with the Knicks and Spike Lee on the sideline. Golden State, great team, dynasty, may go down as one of the great teams, but who's their rivalry? It used to be the Lakers, and you'd love to see them when they were going to play the Celtics or even the Pistons. Even guys who were hated, like Lambeer and Mahorn, they were good for the league because they stirred things up. Draymond, I'm tired of this
Jim,
stuff.
I think you totally hit on it, and I think you totally hit on it, and I appreciate your call. You know who screwed the league up?
LeBron?
No.
Who?
Durant.
Why?
Because he talked about rivalries.
Mm-hmm.
You have Golden State in 2015 beats the Cavs in, I think, 5 games. And,
5 games.
And that, Kyrie got hurt, and Kevin Love was hurt, and so it was LeBron and a bunch of bums. And it was still an entertaining series for 5 games. Golden State wins the title in 2015. LeBron comes back down 3-1, has the epic block of Iguodala. Kyrie hits the shot. Cleveland ends up winning in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
In 2017, Cleveland gets back, but it really wasn't a series. It was a 4-game series because Kevin Durant had gone to the Warriors, and it just kind of – I heard Mike Greenberg talking about this in the same interview that he threw that backhanded disrespect statement at the Titans. Greenberg was talking about how, like, Kevin Durant, you knew who was going to win the championship every year at the beginning of the season. And I think what they lost with that lack of competition for that, I think a lot of people looked at it like, I can do without the NBA.
If we know what the outcome is going to be
I don't
going
need to
into
watch.
the season, I don't have to watch.
And they're not coming back.
But
it's
I
like,
would say
it's
that
like
even
the
started
94
before Kevin Durant went to the Warriors. I think that started when
But you
LeBron
had-
went to Miami.
But you had a rivalry. But LeBron was 2-2. LeBron did, and LeBron didn't just walk to those championships. I mean, I want to say it was 5 games with Oklahoma City, and then it was 7 games with the Spurs, and then they lost to the Mavericks the first time, and they lost to the Spurs the last time. I mean, that was some high drama stuff. This was 5 games and blowouts, 4 games and blowouts, and I think people that watch the NBA every year looked at that, and they didn't turn it on because it was like, well, I mean, I already know who's going to win, and then it was like, I didn't even really like the NBA that much.
And that's
I didn't even really need the NBA. And to the caller's point about the rivalries, LeBron versus Golden State was a legitimate rivalry. Like, that was headed for the pantheon of rivalries. That was headed for Jordan versus Utah. That was headed for not Magic and Larry territory, but it was headed there. And then LeBron goes to the Western Conference, and Durant has already ruined it. And now it's, the KD and AD and Kyrie and where are they going? And you know what? I think that screwed the NBA, and I think the NBA knows it, that it screwed the NBA, and they are still recovering from it. They are still recovering, and it's nobody's fault. Kevin Durant, because everybody, validates you. Barkley gets on his big rants about validating people because of championships. And how he was like, I liked my career, even though I didn't win a title. But KD was so worked up because he thought that everyone was going to think he was a bum if he didn't win a title. So he went and essentially hit the cheat code in the video game and went to Golden State. And I think it was all horrible for the game. Horrible for the game. What do we have the text line?
One texter texts into the text line and says, LeBron is top 3, but Steph Curry isn't even cracking the top 10. That's weird to say for the best shooter ever, but I stand by it.
I have a hard time believing that a guy who runs a dynasty is not in the top 10. How many dynasties have there been in the NBA? Like monumental, earth-shattering teams.
Bulls.
Right? So let's just start from the beginning. Bill Russell in the Celtics. Kareem in the Lakers with Magic. Larry Bird with the Celtics, Michael with the Bulls, Kobe
with the Lakers,
and Shaq with the Lakers. I'm going to throw Shaq in there, even though, Shaq won his title without Kobe. Kobe won his titles without Shaq. I'm putting them both together. Who else?
I mean, you could say that it's not a team, but just LeBron himself was a dynasty.
I think LeBron is a better player than Steph Curry. The all-time greatness of the two. I think LeBron is a better player than Steph Curry.
And no, he didn't have a single team that he created a dynasty with.
It's almost
like wherever LeBron goes turns to gold.
His team sucks now.
Well, yes.
I would say
But they did win a championship.
I believe.
Don't say it was fake.
Oh, fake championship.
It was not
Nobody
fake.
saw it.
It was a championship. I saw it.
So, yeah, because you worked for ESPN.
I still saw it.
And you didn't have any NFL rights, so you had to use the video from the NBA.
True. And NFL pictures.
And NFL pictures. Here's a picture of Matthew Stafford.
You can make it move, though.
I would say there's no way, to the texter's point, that Steph's not top 10. I mean, I could argue with you that there are guys that are better than Steph, sure. But I think it's pretty obvious Steph's top 10. The Nashville Predators have a new minority owner who will eventually be the majority owner. And the more I think about it, the more I actually don't like this process. Like, just rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
But we'll reset that, what the Predators said about it. But more importantly, the one thing that I am demanding of Governor Bill Haslam as the future majority owner of the Predators. We'll get to that coming up next. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Stillman and Company. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
You watch the game.
And he's going. Nobody's going to catch him. Derrick Henry, touchdown.
We talk the game.
I don't think it was a bad play, but he took out their goalie.
We are the game. Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Tough jobs need tough equipment. For equipment that gets the job done right, elite certified service, and genuine Kubota parts, choose Coleman Tractor Company, Tennessee's largest full-line Kubota dealer. Get hay season done right with a Kubota M7 tractor. User-friendly controls, all-day comfort, powerful versatility. Lease the Kubota M7 for as low as $13,200 annually, now through June 13th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information. Visit Coleman Tractor Company, your local Kubota dealer in Clarksville, Nashville, Paris, and White House today.
Hey, it's Chase McCabe here to tell you about Dr. Kelly Rice Family Cosmetic and Dental Sleep Medicine. Dr. Rice, listen, we all have cavities. But what's the best way to try and keep them from happening?
Cavities are like any other health condition. You don't really know you have one until it gets bad. Recently, I saw a patient for treatment that they had been putting off. Something that could have been simple to fix 6 months ago turned out to need a root canal and a crown. Postponing treatment costs more and takes time away from work.
Nobody wants a root canal, so you're right. Regular checkups are very important.
Well, we do things differently. I want to let people know that if they're afraid of pain or worried about the cost, they are not alone. Don't be embarrassed. We understand. Give us a call at 615-373-4488. That's KellyERice.com.
Dr. Kelly Rice, Family Cosmetic and Dental Sleep Medicine. If you don't have dental insurance, no problem. Be sure to join their membership club. Just visit KellyERice.com or call 615-373-4488 now to schedule your cleaning and checkup. You'll certainly be glad you did.
Time is running out on the hottest finance offer of the year at Genesis Diamonds. Now through June 18th, you can get 5 years zero-interest financing on practically anything and everything. A $10,000 handcrafted Tacori ring comes to just $167 a month. Surprise them with something memorable. Put nothing down and pay absolutely nothing in interest for 5 whole years. Wedding bands for just $40 a month. Stud earrings just $30 a month. Don't miss this amazing offer. But hurry, it ends June 18th at 5 p.m. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. On approved credit.
It's time to tee it up at Edwin Watts Golf Shops for the hottest gifts for dads and grads. Featuring the Titleist Vokey SM9 wedges. The SM9 grooves are cut to maximize the interaction of ball and face for lower flight and higher spin. And from Bushnell, the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders inform you precisely how far you are from the pin. Whether you're a dad or grad, get a free custom fitting today. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Zines First is the official sign company for 102.5 The Game. Go to sfnash.com.
Hey, Nashville, it's Chase McKay, Program Director of ESPN 102.5 The Game, and there's a new way that you can hear Nashville's best sports talk. It's on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24, you now have two choices to hear our great sports talk programming. And, of course, the Nashville Predators. Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
From the Hillside Medical Game Studios, WPRT FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne, Nashville's exclusive home for the Nashville Predators.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3.
Terang, it's a high fly ball.
The leading receiver.
Awesome game 7. Checker flag in the air.
The Game.
A Cromwell media station.
Where you have a voice.
We're one play away from an injury.
He knows this. He's a study of the game.
And we have strong opinions.
He's been awful. I don't think they were trying, and that's why I feel the way I feel.
This is Stillman and Company with Jared Stillman and Caroline Fenton. Presented by TriStar Moving on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, ESPN 102.5. The Game streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda Gentry. Live from the Hillside Medical Game Studios. Fireball Hot Take Friday and Fireball New Owner Friday as the Nashville Predators today. Yesterday it broke. Last night it broke that Bill Haslam, the former governor of Tennessee, is going to eventually become the next majority owner of the Nashville Predators. So here's what's going to happen is the NHL is going to go through the vetting process of vetting Governor Haslam. The owners will vote on it. They will approve it. And then he will become a minority owner of the Predators, slowly but surely buying all of Herb Fritsch, the current owner's stake in the team. And he will ultimately become the majority owner of the Nashville Predators in about 3 or 4 years' time. Now, nothing's been signed, but it will be signed. And when it is signed, then he will be 3 years from now the owner of the Predators. Now, the more that we've talked about this, the more honestly I'm like, I'd rather just tear the Band-Aid off and him take over tomorrow.
And that's the thing is when you know, and the timeline is a question mark of exactly when. We've heard 3 years. It could be 2. It could be 5. We don't know. But when you know it's coming, it's like, let's just get there.
So I have a theory.
Oh, what is your theory?
You know I love theories.
You do love a theory.
I have one demand. And I teased this at the end of the last segment. I have one demand for Governor Bill Haslam. Here's Jared Stillman, a net worth of $5, sitting up here telling Governor Haslam net worth of $3 billion. My one demand: you better not run this team like your brother runs the Cleveland Browns. Now I'm gonna say this: my brother is a lawyer in Washington D.C., and we are to very different people. My brother is an unbelievable appellate attorney, but he really works behind the scenes more than he does litigate cases. He would be a horrendous talk radio host. So that doesn't mean that, again, that doesn't mean that Bill Haslam is going to run this like the crap factory that is the Cleveland Browns that his brother runs, and is in a large factory a crap factory because of Jimmy Haslam. And so that's my one demand right here, is that whatever happens with this, that the Nashville Predators do not become the Cleveland Browns. And Sean Henry was the only one quoted in the team's release, which, as I said, I don't like, only because this is above Sean's pay grade. Anything else is usually below it. The general manager is below his pay grade. The coach is below his pay grade. The season ticket initiatives are below his pay grade. The owner is the only thing that's above his pay grade. And one guy's selling and the other guy's buying. Sean Henry said, quote, "From the time our ownership group, made up of day one season ticket holders, gathered together in 2007 to purchase and guarantee the franchise's future in Nashville, the goal has been to ensure that stewardship of the team is in strong local hands. The pending addition of Governor Haslam to the ownership group solidifies that local stewardship for years to come, with the shared philosophy of making Smashville the most unique sports market in our league and country as our players and coaches compete for the Stanley Cup each season. We are excited and appreciative that he has agreed to join the ownership team." So here's my theory. I don't think I'm the only person that hears Bill Haslam buying the team and thinks, oh, God, not Cleveland. Not $230 million guaranteed for Deshaun Watson. Not the constant churning out of coaches, whether it is Rob Chudzinski, whether it is Mike Pettin, whether it is whomever, Freddie Kitchens, Hugh Jackson, you name it. Whether it's Johnny Manziel because a homeless man told him, draft Johnny Football. By the way, that unbelievable 2014 draft, the 2014 draft where Odell Beckham was taken, where Aaron Donald was taken, where Taylor Lewan was taken, where you go through the 24, all these great players, they had 2 first-round picks. They took Justin Gilbert, and Johnny Manziel. The constant churning of GMs, the analytics approach, the John Dorsey, the analytics approach, the everything, the back and forth, the wavering. I don't want it. I don't want whatever he's cooking for the Cleveland Browns. I don't want here with the Predators. The NFL accepted Jimmy Haslam as an owner of the Browns. I talked to John McClain on my SiriusXM radio show last week, and I asked him, how mad are the owners at Jimmy Haslam over this Deshaun Watson thing? John McClain said they're furious over the contract, over the precedent that now Lamar Jackson, who has accomplished more than Deshaun Watson, is probably looking and saying, where's my $230 million? Fully guaranteed. If the owners in the NFL could vote today, they would not vote to give Jimmy Haslam a team. Even though he's rich, he has brought nothing but disrespect to the Cleveland Browns. And I don't want Bill Haslam to bring disrespect to the Nashville Predators. Now, I believe this. When Bill Haslam was governor of Tennessee, weren't a whole lot of problems. That's a good sign. Because Lord knows we don't want Jimmy Haslam running the state of Tennessee, because who knows what that would look like. And that takes me to my theory. My theory is, instead of just ripping the Band-Aid off, Herb Fritch sells 60% of the team, which I think is roughly about what he owns. Instead of Herb Fritch sells 60% of the Predators today to Bill Haslam, and today Bill Haslam is David Poyle's boss, you give him 20% this year. So he's still low on the totem pole, but we know he's got the power of future owner, probably. Give him 20% next year. Now he's at 40%. Still got a lot. Still got a lot of skin in the game. You as an ownership group, according to the Sean Henry quote, the goal has been to ensure that stewardship of the team is in strong local hands. What if you realize Bill Haslam is like Jimmy Haslam? Now, you've given him 20% of the team. Maybe you've given him 40% of the team. But you realize that this guy's nuts. This guy's going to hire Freddie Kitchens to be the head coach. This guy's going to give a top 9 quarterback, but certainly not a top 3 quarterback, who's facing 26 sexual assault allegations, a $230 million contract. What if they realize that?
That is the one good side of not ripping off the Band-Aid, but
then you don't give him the rest of the team.
You come in, we'll show you how we do things around here.
You
we'll
prove
learn,
to us you can.
We learn how you do things, and we decide what we do with our shares.
Because, again, the only one demand I have for Governor Haslam running this team, do not run this team like your brother runs the Browns. And I know, and I feel bad for Governor Haslam because I know I'm going to ask about that. And it's going to put him in a tough spot, right?
It's his brother.
Is he supposed to sit there and say, my brother's running that team like a buffoon? Probably not. But it is the truth. And I think he all knows we want assurances that he's not going to run the Nashville Predators the way his brother runs the Cleveland Browns. That the Nashville Predators are not going to be run the way the Tennessee Vols have been run, which has been heavily influenced by the Haslam family over the years. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm for this. Because I do believe that Governor Haslam has the money to run this team. I think Governor Haslam is smart enough to run this team. I don't think he's going to run it like his brother. And I think, Herb Fritch is getting up there in age. And to Adam Vinkin's point, while I don't demand that Herb Fritch talk to the media, I would like it. I would like it when the fans are furious at the general manager and the coach. I would like, to hear what the owner has to say about it so that I can either get mad at the owner or I can understand where the owner's coming from. Not this bull crap of, David Boyle at a press conference. We have his full support. Why? Why do you have his full support? So I like this. But again, my biggest fear with Governor Haslam ultimately becoming the owner of the team is that he's going to run it like his brother. And that's my theory, is that the Predators and the ownership group, they have this fear as well, even though they're not going to articulate it. So they want Bill Haslam to have a little bit of a trial period to prove that he is not his brother. And maybe, we haven't factored this in either, who do you think is most mad right now that Jimmy Haslam owns an NFL team?
His brother?
No.
I don't know.
The other 31 owners are probably the most mad about it. Maybe those owners looked at each other and said, look, man, we're not jumping into 230. Now, again, every contract's fully guaranteed in the and it's 70% of the vote in the state of Tennessee as a governor, and you can tell me that he had a 68% approval rating, and you can tell me this kind of stuff, but we, the 31 owners of the NHL, we who own the Vancouver Canucks, and we who own the Seattle Kraken, and we who own the Florida Panthers, we are not jumping in bed and getting embarrassed like that guy's brother is embarrassing the NFL about once every 6 months. We're not doing that. And so maybe the NHL is kind of wanting this trial period as well. But that's my theory, is that that's what this is a, hey, we think you're going to do a great job. We believe in you. We just want you to show it before you become the lead owner of the Predators. And I'm cool with that. And I think Governor Haslam's going to do a good job. Maybe I'm optimistic. But again, my one demand, you do not run this thing like your brother runs the Browns. That's all I got to say about that.
But the one caveat to that is, if before pen even hits paper, before the other 31 NHL owners have even allowed this to happen, sure, they're talking about the succession plan. So don't you think somehow, some way, Governor Haslam is going to want to guarantee that when that day comes that he can take over all of 60% of Herb Fritch's his share of ownership?
Can't do it.
Why?
Because the league, ultimately, it is in the league's bylaws that the league gets to resolve all those disputes. So, in theory, if that's the plan, and it's well documented that the plan is for ultimately Governor Haslam to take over, if the league were to decide no, that they don't want Governor Haslam to become the majority owner, and Governor Haslam were then to sue the league or Herb Fritch for not giving him full ownership because he thought that was the deal, as the courts have already shown with the Predators, David Freeman tried this a couple years ago, even if the other guy's in the wrong, the league bylaws force it to be kicked to the commissioner, and then the commissioner gets to pick.
Okay, so
and that's part of the deal of owning a team. That is part of the deal that you sign up for when you own a team, It's kind of like the NFL. The NFL, they can vote out owners. And right now there's a lot of talk that Dan Snyder might get voted out. Now, I think you have to have 2/3 of the owners to vote you out. But a couple years ago, Jerry Jones was so mad that Roger Goodell suspended Ezekiel Elliott for 6 games that Jerry was going after him. He put Papa John on him, and Papa John went after him, and he held up his contract with the compensation committee so that, Goodell's working on a new contract, and they wouldn't approve it. And finally, some of the other owners came to Jerry, and they said, if you don't give this up, we will vote you out. And Jerry, one of the most powerful owners in all of sports, one of the most powerful people in all of sports, hushed his mouth. So that's how the NHL works. David Freeman was the lead owner of the Predators. And then I don't know what happened. There was something with some money or something, some lien, or I can't remember. But so David Freeman was the lead owner, and then he got kind of bumped off to the side, and Tom Sigerin took over. And I don't know what he was suing about, but he was suing about something. So I want to say this was like 2016. And he sued Tom Sigerin, and he sued the Predators, and it went to the courts, and the court said, according to the agreement, it gets kicked to the NHL. And the NHL made their ruling, and on we go. 615-737-1025. Your reaction again to the news that Governor Haslam will ultimately take over the Predators. And Joe apparently has pinned some takes from The Athletic. Thank goodness The Athletic has at least one person to write about the Predators. Goodness gracious. But Joe has pinned some takes. So we will go over Joe's takes on this coming up next, as we now know essentially the details of the eventual deal. 615-737-1025. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. They are proud supporters of the Nashville Predators, also proud supporters of the Tennessee Volunteers and the Vanderbilt Commodores. And Hiller has been taking care of my home for years, and they can do the exact same for you. I love Hiller. They've taken care of my home, and I am telling you, anytime I have an issue like I did last Saturday, they were in, they were out, it was fixed, they were gone, everybody was happy. There is no better time to upgrade your essential home systems than this month with my friends at Hiller, because until the end of June, Hiller is offering 0 interest for 60 months on select new HVAC systems, 0 interest for 12 months on new tankless water heaters, 0 interest for 12 months on new whole home generators. If you know you need a new system for your home, do it this month. These financing offers are available for a limited time only to help you stay comfortable and cool all summer and handle the payments later. Visit happyhiller.com for all the details. As always, Happy will be here. The service is free. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. My guys, call the Happy Face Truck today.
Let's put the green flag in the air and turn them loose.
Nashville's home for NASCAR.
He's going to try to make a big move here.
It's brought to you by the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. We are your racing station.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And the Game Nashville app.
Post Malone, the 12 Carat Tour. The long-awaited event comes to Nashville with special guest Roddy Ricch. Post Malone. Bridgestone Arena, October 16th. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. New album 12 Carat Toothache available everywhere.
Hello, Nashville. Looking to save money on your wireless bill? You can when you choose Consumer Cellular. Sign up today and you'll get the exact same coverage as the leading carriers for half the cost. This gives you direct access to the widest, most established cellular networks available. Consumer Cellular offers flexible monthly plans with no contract and simple, affordable service that's perfect for your lifestyle and budget. Featuring a wide variety of top-of-the-line phones from Samsung, Motorola, and Apple, you'll find a phone that's perfect for you. Everything is backed by a 100% risk-free guarantee, plus 100% U.S.-based award-winning customer support. Switch your talk, text, and data plan before July 31st and get $100 on every new line of service. Right-size your plan and downsize your bill with Consumer Cellular. Visit consumercellular.com/Nashville100 and enter code Nashville100 to start saving today.
We're in the most active season of the year right now, but if you've got joint pain, you may be on the sidelines. Hips, knees, back pain, shoulder pain. It sucks the fun out of living, but I've got the solution. QC Kinetics, helping people here in our listening area get the fun back. It's regenerative medicine. It's the hottest thing going. It's basically taking growth factors with the healing properties from your own body, highly concentrated, then putting them into your aching joints. This is exciting. It's in the office. It's non-surgical. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. So stop putting it off. Call QC Kinetics and learn more about regenerative medicine and get a free in-office consultation now. Call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024 for QC Kinetics. Repair and restore damaged tissue in your joints and get the long-lasting relief from pain.
Parman Tractor and Equipment is your one-stop tractor and equipment solution, and Middle Tennessee's Link Belt and Takeuchi dealer. Rent or purchase a track loader, mini excavator, large excavators for your job site, or something in between. Parman is now hiring and seeking qualified candidates for construction equipment truck drivers, service technicians, and more. Apply at parmantractor.com or call 615-865-7800. Come be an employee owner with the Parman team, your Middle Tennessee Link Belt and Takeuchi dealer.
Never miss a moment of the show.
What is this? Check it out.
Subscribe to the Stillman and Company podcast on iTunes, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
On ESPN 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
See, Sportico, I think their wording is bad. Sportico tweets to Jared Haslam will, quote, acquire the team over an unspecified time period. So we said it earlier, and then they had this tweet, and I was like, Okay, I'm going to say it again. The ownership group is staying. The ownership group is staying. And I think if you want to say take over, like Herb Fritch has taken over from Tom Segerin, is that taking over? Yes, it's taking over the ownership group. It's being the majority owner. It's being the chairman, the person who speaks for the ownership group. That's all possible for Haslam. But again, like the ownership group selling out, which to me is what Sportico makes it sound like, is not happening.
There you go. That was Joe this morning, and I guess it's all semantics, right? Like Sportico said that they're selling the team to Bill Haslam, and then it was, well, nothing's hit the paper yet. And the question that I said last night, what I heard was the question is, how much of the Predators is Bill Haslam buying, and how much power does that equal? And that was a big question, and really it's kind of a fluctuating answer anyways, but it's all semantics. They were right, we were right, Joe was right, everybody was right. So now everybody knows what's what. The Predators have released a statement. Joe's got takes up at The Athletic. Again, I'm not very happy with The Athletic, and I am considering canceling my membership after they moved on from Adam Vingan. And I certainly think that Adam Vingan, not that Joe's not qualified to have takes on this, he certainly is, but I also really would like Adam Vingan involved in this process, which is, I think, a highlight to why we need Adam Vingan covering the Predators. Now that I've said my piece, let's, what are Joe's takes on the matter on this Fireball Hot Take Friday?
So Joe put out this article with Sean Shapiro, who is the Athletics NHL business writer. But that aside, they highlighted all of the specifics of the deal, essentially regurgitating what the Predators release said. But this part says, what does this mean for the Predators franchise? Joe writes, it shouldn't mean anything dramatic. Fritch is majority owner, but the entire ownership group of 17 people makes the decisions collectively. He goes on to say there's no indication that anything will change with
I don't
Haslam.
think that's true.
Why?
Because I think Herb Fritch makes the decisions.
Fritch is the majority owner, but the entire ownership group of 17 makes decisions collectively. Verbatim from Joe's column.
So Joe wrote that, or did Sean Shapiro write that?
Joe wrote that.
I don't think that's true. I think Herb Fritch makes the decisions, and I think Sean Henry is below Herb Fritch, and Herb just basically says anything that's a massive deal, you come to me on. Anything that is not a massive deal, Sean, you're in charge. I don't think and I'm not to discredit people who actually own the team, but I don't, no disrespect to Warren Wu, because I've never even met him. Mm-hmm. I don't think Warren Wu gets a say on the coach. They don't sit around and, everybody in favor say aye. They don't do that. I mean, David Freeman is an owner of the team, and he's not making any decisions for this hockey club. So I don't think that's true, but continue on.
And then Joe goes on to say that bringing Haslam in would bring more security to the franchise. He says a deep-pocketed, Tennessee-rooted majority owner could be a nice thing to have if the Predators go into some down years on the ice, which is a definite possibility. He says Haslam may look to be more assertive and aggressive as a decision-maker once he becomes majority owner, but it would be a big surprise if he ever wanted to move the franchise out of the state.
Okay, so I don't disagree with any of that.
Yeah.
And
I think that's all points that we've made throughout the day.
And that was basically alluded to in the Predator statement that, local ownership and stewards that will take care of it and yada, yada, yada. And as I said, 0% chance that they move out of Nashville. Nashville is just too big for what they're trying to do, for the money they're making, for the concerts they have at that arena. And I think hockey needs the Predators and needs Nashville a lot more than the NFL needs the Titans and needs Nashville. So I don't see any reason why the Predators, who just, I think 4 years ago, redid their lease with Mayor Briley, I don't understand any reason why the Predators would move. Now, will Governor Haslam be more assertive and make stronger decisions and be more active and be more vocal? I mean, we won't know for 3 years, maybe.
But also, he was the governor, so it would make you think that he would be more inclined to speaking publicly, maybe being a little bit more aggressive, just given his history.
Sure, but I don't even remember him being an overly aggressive governor. I mean, Herb Fritch owned, I think he owned a healthcare company and sold it for like $3 billion.
Yeah.
And so you think Herb Fritch wasn't making huge decisions at the healthcare company?
He was.
I'm sure he probably was. So I think that's a little presumptive. And again, I mean, these are like college.
But in terms of speaking publicly,
these are like college football games where it's like Oklahoma will play on the road at USC on September 13th, 2036. And it's like, well, I mean, God, like how long is that going to be?
Book your hotels now. They're filling up fast.
I guess this is just how things work in hockey, right? You draft a guy and it's like, don't expect him to be any good for 5 years. And now it's like, hey, this guy's going to buy the team. Not right now, but he's going to buy it in like 3 years.
But like we said, that could be a good thing. Easing him into ownership could be a good thing.
Making sure he's not going to run the team like his brother runs the Browns?
Yes. Making sure he's not cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, I think that's a good thing.
I want everyone to know this, and considering that he's about to be the owner of the team that is, that we are the rights holder for their games, I probably should clarify this. I probably give it a 5 or 10% chance that he runs this team like his brother.
I'm not assuming that he's going to, and his brother aside, I think that would be a good thing for any potential owner.
To not run it like his brother?
To have a trial period?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. What do we have in the text line? 615-737-1025, and our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com.
Michael texts in and says, for what it's worth, Bill Haslam's personality is very different from his brothers. One is a church boy, and one is close buddies with Jerry Jones.
Which one's which?
I would assume that Jimmy is probably buddies with Jerry Jones.
I mean, I can be honest with you. The church
But
boy
I don't
thing,
know.
I know people are, my values align with, I don't care about the church boy thing. I mean, it's not like I haven't said some words that you can't say in church before. Sometimes I get as close to saying them on the air as possible, and then I don't.
Yeah, I've gotten pretty close.
We've gotten really close.
Yeah.
I mean, every now and then Floyd would drop them occasionally, and then he'd get so red and embarrassed. Oh, my goodness gracious. What's next?
Another texter texts in and says he has a good track record being involved with the Vols. I don't know if there's sarcasm in that or not.
How about this? I just pulled up ESPN.com, and I clicked NHL because I wondered what time the game was on tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the second thing, so the first thing is Gary Bettman is unsure if the NHL will reinstate Joel Quenneville, which, take that, Adam, take that, Darren, because they both said that he'd be coaching next year, and Gary Bettman is unsure. Second thing, source, ESPN. Source, ex-Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam to buy the Predators. What source? The Predators said it. What source?
The Predators, I guess.
Sportico said it. Here you go. Former Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam will become the new owner of the NHL's Nashville Predators over a period of years, an NHL source told ESPN on Friday. What? I had already reported that. Joe had reported that. Sportico had reported that. Gentry Estes had reported that. Everybody had already. You can't say source. This is like the bullcrap they did with the Aaron Rodgers buying a home in Nashville. And it was like, a week after we reported it, and it went absolutely viral. And Pat McAfee's talking about it, and A.J. Hawk's confirming it, and everybody around the country's talking about it. ESPN starts their morning show off with a source confirms to ESPN that Rodgers bought the house. We reported that a week ago, ESPN. What losers.
Well, they're not notorious for being givers of credit.
Oh, I know. What is that? That is so lame.
Maybe the source that they're citing is just a potpourri source of you and Joe and Gentry and Sportico.
Here you go. 12:19 p.m. CT. Former Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam will become the new owner of the Nashville Predators over a period of years, a source told ESPN on Friday. Everybody already knew that. Like, what are we doing, ESPN?
I also hate it when ESPN or Schefter or anybody who breaks news says per source, and it's something that, you can name the source if you'd like. It's not some sort of super secret, cryptic, locked away in a safe kind of source. Like, according to sources, Tennessee is considering building a new stadium for the Titans. You can say the source. It doesn't need to be cryptic.
When it's obvious that it's the team?
When it's obvious that it's a team, or if it's not the team, you can say the source.
Well, sometimes you're told that sometimes you can't tell the source. But
yeah, but sometimes I don't think that the content really elicits.
Here you go. This was me. This was me. So Sportico replied to me, Haslam will acquire the team over an unspecified time period, which, if we're being technical here and the semantics and everything else, that is technically not true because he's not acquiring the whole team, which is what Joe was saying about the semantics of, and again, everybody was right. But this is 8:42. I tweeted out, quote, have heard the term investor, quote unquote, is more accurate for Haslam's potential position in the Predators. Have also been told by a source that nothing is imminent on this front. That was 8 o'clock. And ESPN at 12, after everybody's already digested the situation, is saying, a source is telling ESPN, yeah, everybody. That's your source. Everyone.
Potpourri source.
Embarrassing. 615-737-1025. One big-time power shaker has a thought on Bill Haslam ultimately becoming the Predators. We'll get to that. And it's somebody whose opinion I care about and respect a lot. And then we're to your phones. Stillman and Company, it's ESPN 1025 The Game. Caroline, tell us about the Caesar Sportsbook app.
It is time for the Caesar Sportsbook Report. Now, first thing is first. When you place your first bet with Caesars, it's risk-free up to $1,500, so Caesars has got you covered there. Just download the app and use the promo code RADIO15. That's promo code RADIO15, one word, and then place your first bet. And if you win, then congratulations. But if not, no worries. You'll get that wager back as a free bet. Now, we've got Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals coming up tomorrow night. That puck drops at 7 o'clock. I am going to take the Tampa Bay Lightning on the money line, plus 130. They came back when they were down 3-0, 3-1 in that first period against Colorado. Andrei Vasilevsky was playing out of his mind, and I do think that ultimately they could have a three-peat. So if you want to bet on the Tampa Bay Lightning for that as well, you can take it on the Caesar Sportsbook app with plus 220 odds, which is pretty solid. But hey, that's my take. Do it how you want to do it. Just do it with the Caesar Sportsbook app. Must be 21 and physically present in Tennessee. New users only. Bet amount of qualifying wager return only if wager is settled as a loss. Paid as a single bet credit. Must be used within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call or text the Tennessee Redline at 1-800-889-9789. Caesar Sportsbook. Download it, people.
Hey, Preds fans.
Running across to make the save is Sarah.
You can now hear Nashville's best sports talk.
The backhander, he scores!
And every Predators game on 106.3 FM.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty.
From downtown Nashville to Rutherford and Williamson counties.
Duchesne with the overtime winner.
Catch all the action on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game.
Hey, it's Mike from Newton Nissan South. I've got some good news and some bad news. The good news is we've been getting more and more new vehicles in stock every day. The bad news is they go out as quick as they come in. So be sure to reach out and let us know what you're looking for. And as soon as it comes in, we can call you. We can even order a new vehicle to your exact wants and needs. Don't worry, we have more good news. We have a great way for you to get some extra cash for all your summer adventures. We're buying any and all used cars. We're offering top dollar for your vehicle. Reach out. We can start with an online video appraisal. Even more good news. With Newton Fast Pass, you can buy a car without ever leaving the pool. Really? You can buy your car from anywhere. Wherever you are, you can buy online. And on top of that, we'll deliver the car to you. Build your car or buy your car online in Newton today. Visit NewtonNissanSouth.com to learn more.
Men, what if I told you that now you're able to get testosterone replacement therapy in the comfort of your own home? No more weekly trips to the doctor's office. We come to you 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. Be seen by a licensed medical professional in the privacy and comfort of your own home or office. You decide. Schedule your appointment today at CoolSpringsMDformen.com.
Get a great deal on versatile Kubota equipment today, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors, part of our under 100 horsepower tractor lineup rated #1 for reliability. Z Series mowers and Sidekick utility vehicles. Stop by your local Kubota dealer today. Bring home the Kubota L2501 tractor for 0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months, plus save up to $1,100 now through June 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more details.
2 locations to serve you, Columbia Kubota or Franklin Kubota. Visit them online at ColumbiaKubota.com or FranklinKubota.com.
Tennessee First Lady Maria Lee.
Every year, there are 20,000 children in Tennessee who have been abused or neglected. CASA volunteers provide crucial support in speaking up for these kids and supporting them in their search for a safe, loving, and permanent home. CASA volunteers can be the caring, consistent adult in a child's life who can make all the difference. To connect with a CASA program in your area, go to beforthechild.org.
Brought to you by Tennessee CASA in cooperation with the Tennessee Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Saturday.
Into the basket. It's a home run for Abreu. See you later. Over the Astros bullpen for Kyle Tucker.
Tune in for an American League matchup between the White Sox and Astros. Coverage begins at 2:30
on ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey Nashville, this is Mookie Betts. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Butch, there's so many other things going on. Of course, we just got the news earlier, or I guess it was last night it started surfacing. Maybe a little bit more information coming out today. We'll probably hear from the Predators later on. But were you aware of the Bill Haslam presence and maybe where that would be going, and any initial thoughts on what that could mean for the franchise?
I was not aware. I try to stay in touch with both of them often. What I can say is I hope it's accurate. To have that level of investment is good for Nashville, good for the Preds, and I think it gives us some depth that we haven't had because we have a great ownership group. God bless them for saving the team, but we haven't had the wealth that goes with ownership necessarily. And I like what I'm reading, and my fingers are crossed because I'm also a fan of Mr. Haslam's. I've probably talked to him more, Governor Haslam, since he's been out of office than before, and just a good person, loves this state, loves this city, would follow the lead that the current ownership has created, and be able to probably pay some players a little bit more.
There you go. That was a pretty solid quote. Butch Spiriton, the head of the Visitors Bureau. I will say this about Butch Spiriton. He carries a humongous stick. And not only that, I have the utmost respect for what he's done with the city of Nashville. You know, when you think of some of the most influential and most important people in Nashville's development, Mayor Bredesen and Governor Bredesen, he's certainly up there. But I think Butch is right there towards the top. And to have Butch Spiriton be that giddy about, the I hope it's true, and to have that financial investment and, what that'll mean for the players and what that'll mean for the team, to me, that is nothing but a good sign of Bill Haslam taking over this team. And not only that, have you ever seen Herb Fritz? Herb Fritch?
In person?
Yeah.
No.
So I don't know how old he is, but he's definitely older than me, older than you, older than Governor Haslam.
Yes.
I mean, Governor Haslam could own this team for 30 years, probably. Governor Haslam's probably 55, so he could probably own this team for 25 years, which I think is a good thing. And, I'm not saying that Herb Fritch is too old to own the team or anything like that. But I would assume Herb Fritch is probably 70, 75, somewhere around there.
Haslam 63.
Haslam 63. Do we know how old Herb is?
Let's see.
Because I want to say Herb's probably 70, if I had to guess. So I would say that, if you're 65 years old, you probably have a good 20 years to, that might be a little pushing a little bit too much. 85 is pretty old. But I think that's probably a good sign too. And so if Butch is excited, that does help me get a little excited.
No input on how old Herb Fritch is.
Man, Herb Fritch is like freaking secret.
Seriously. He is undercover CIA.
It is
SEAL.
wild.
My best guess based off of my very quick research that I just did right now is either 71 or 72.
Okay, so, I guess
early
around 70.
70s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that really doesn't make much difference. 71, 65, I mean, it's
well,
is
they
what
might
it
say
is.
there's a difference.
What do we have in the phone line? 615-737-1025.
One texter texts in and says it might work out that Haslam has a few-year waiting period. Hopefully he takes over as Poyle retires, so it's a clean slate where new owner can make the new hire.
I would prefer that they make the new hire in the wait period because David's probably not going to do this for 3 more years, right?
I don't know.
And if they don't win more games, certainly David's not going to be doing this for 3 more years, right?
Again, I don't know, but I go back to it doesn't need to be where it's not, Herb Fritch owner, hard cut, and then now Bill Haslam. And Haslam is easing himself into it. So if David Poyle retires next year, in 2 years, it's not going to be like, oh, that's Herb Fritch's area to hire the new GM.
Do you say Governor Haslam is 65 years old?
63.
Okay, 63. Maybe it's because I'm thinking about him as governor, and he was governor 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and so 63, 5 years ago,
58.
57. It's like, I certainly thought he was younger than that.
Well, maybe he just has a young heart. Just a spring chicken at heart.
Again, I just don't want Jimmy Haslam. As long as Jimmy Haslam's not owning the team, I'm fine with that.
Well, Jimmy Haslam's not owning the team.
T's and P's. What's next?
His brother's owning the team. Another texter texts in and says, I just fear Governor Haslam's politics coming into the Predators.
Is it wrong that I don't?
No, I don't think that's wrong.
I mean,
you're entitled to think whatever you want.
I don't see how that could be an issue for this reason. I don't think Governor Haslam is running for anything new. If Governor Haslam, I think a lot of the political stuff is pretty phony. And that is one thing that I'll give Governor Haslam. Now, when he was governor, we're not as politicized now we weren't as politicized then as we are now, where everything is a freaking culture war over everything. But I can't imagine, because he's not running, for political office in the future, that he has to placate, to one set of ideals or another, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's use COVID as an example.
Yep.
And let's hope there's not another COVID. But if Governor Haslam was trying to eventually become the president of the United States, running on a Republican ticket, which is what he is, and COVID was a thing and he owned the Predators, and the NHL was saying stuff like, socially distance, mask up, limited fans, whatever.
Yeah, no friends in the arena.
Oh, God. If he was running for office in order to get on Fox News, we'd hear a lot of the yelling and screaming, which is what the NFL told Jerry Jones. Do not do that.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to pressure.
But if you're running for office, you have to do that.
Yeah, but he's not running for office anymore.
No.
So I don't have to worry about that. The national anthem. If you're running for office in the future, you may go just freaking ballistic if a player doesn't stand for the national anthem. But if you're not, have you noticed that the owners that really haven't opined much on the anthem, like Amy Adams Strunk really didn't opine much on the anthem. I have no idea how she feels about it, but
it doesn't really matter.
And that's, so I don't know what her politics are.
Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe she wants it that way.
So that's, that's I don't foresee this being an issue. Honestly, maybe I'm naive. Seriously. But I do not see Governor Haslam's politics being an issue for him owning the team.
And I also go back to, I don't think that he would be interested in buying into the Predators unless he knew what to expect from the NHL.
Sure. And I think this is going to be addressed by the NHL and him. What's next?
Absolutely. Another texter texts in and says, what does this mean for the future of John Hines?
It means that John Hines needs to win some games or else he's going to get fired. And I don't think much changes on that front. But I do think that this may be why Hines got extended. Was let's keep things in place, let's get the new guy involved, and then let's make decisions with the new guy, hand in hand. And maybe that's the best thing for Hines and Poyle, because if they keep their jobs and they win next year, which they seem to think they're going to win, not told the Predators. I've told everybody with the Predators. I've said it on the air. I've told them. I know you guys mean well. But you got to win. And I think Governor Haslam believes that too, without having heard him say that. 615-737-1025. The two all-time greats going at it, and it is getting the attention of America. I'll explain what that is next. FanDuel Sportsbook is my official sportsbook app. This baseball season, swing for the fences on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Right now, new customers get $200 in free bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just sign up with the promo code JGM to get in on all the action. FanDuel lets you bet the money line, home run props, strikeout totals, and so much more. Plus, you can combine your bets for an even bigger payday with a same-game parlay. And right now, the Braves, they lost today for the first time in 15 games, but I think they're going to be just keeping it rolling, so I'd bet on them. If you haven't tried FanDuel, now is the perfect time to give it a shot and join with the promo code JGM and turn a $5 bet into $200 in free bets. 21 and older and present in Tennessee. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable free bets. It expires 14 days after receipt and restrictions apply. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789.
Let's put the green flag in the air and turn them loose.
Nashville's home for NASCAR.
He's going to try to make a big move here.
It's brought to you by the Nashville Super Speedway. We are your racing station.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 meteorologist Greg Bobis. The forecast getting much nicer just for the weekend, but we'll take it. High temperatures only in the upper 80s, no humidity for Saturday and Sunday, and no rain chances either day. The heat returns, though, back near triple digits next week.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
This year, come out for a little outdoor fun at Land Between the Lakes, only an hour and a half northwest of Nashville. They have over 170,000 acres of forest and wetlands on a peninsula in western Kentucky and Tennessee. Hiking, camping, fishing, kayaking, canoeing, outdoor learning, you name it. Land Between the Lakes is where you want to be.
Get up close and personal with wildlife at the Woodlands Nature Station. Take a scenic drive through the elk and bison prairie. Visit the 1850s home place working farm and see what life was like over 170 years ago.
Plan your adventure at landbetweenthelakes.us.
Hey, what's going on? Chase McCabe here to tell you about Dr. Kelly Rice Family Cosmetic and Dental Sleep Medicine. Dr. Rice, is it true that according to the American Dental Association, roughly 80% of people in the U.S. have some form of gum disease?
That's right, but our non-surgical periodontal therapy is painless and effective in keeping your mouth healthy. And the mouth is the window to the health of the rest of the body.
I know you have some different things that you offer. What else can you tell us?
Well, first, who doesn't want whiter teeth? Our new Zoom LED whitening system is less sensitive, and you get more than 5 shades of whitening. And we just upgraded both our lasers to kill bacteria during your cleaning.
What about taking care of cold sores some people may have, which can become painful? Can lasers help with that too?
Yes, the gentle laser setting will kill the virus in your cold sores all naturally while reducing the healing time by half. And our special soft tissue wand uses warm, light laser therapy to give instant relief to severe TMJ pain. Our approach to holistic dentistry is unique.
Give Dr. Kelly Rice Family Cosmetic and Dental Sleep Medicine a call today at 615-373-4488 or visit kellyerice.com. You'll certainly be glad you did.
It's time to tee it up at Edwin Watts Golf Shops for the hottest gifts for dads and grads. Featuring the Callaway Rogue ST family. The Rogue ST woods are engineered with tungsten speed cartridge, while the irons feature an AI-designed flash face cup resulting in more ball speed. And from Bushnell, the Tour V5 and Tour V5 shift rangefinders show you precisely how far you are from the pin. Whether you're a dad or grad, get a free custom fitting today. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Robbie Stanley.
They get a lead in that game and just totally close the door.
Joe Rexrode.
If he plays next year, it's disastrous.
Robbie and Rexroad. Mornings from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
on ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
If Stephen A. had just blurted out what he blurted on that podcast and it had come and it had gone, maybe I wouldn't have chosen to fire back on my podcast. But fortunately or unfortunately, the New York Post wrote an entire story about those remarks. Then it seemed like every website from here in LA to New York picked up or reacted to the Post story. And suddenly I was in danger of this fiction becoming fact. If left unopposed by me, this outrageously revisionist history just might have morphed into bona fide history, and maybe it still will. Maybe it still will become part of that public domain, and in the future, I don't know, maybe every time someone goes to write about the all-time amazing success story, the against all odds rise of First Take, they will accept as gospel that Stephen A. saved and made First Take. But trust me, that is utter untruth. To use one of Stephen A.'s favorite words, that is just blasphemy.
Skip Bayless on the Skip Bayless podcast. Skip and Stephen A. back at it again, this time to the media. Stephen A. did J.J. Redick's podcast and basically said, you know, Skip came to me and begged me to be on First Take because he had taken it as far as he could and he needed me. And so that's why he did what he did. And Skip Bayless for 1 hour. What you just heard went on for 1 hour. And I listened to most of it yesterday. And I found it to be incredibly fascinating. And Skip's recall as far as, you know, the first time they met each other in 1998 and shows that they tried together and when they were together and when Stephen A. lost his job at ESPN and he went to Fox Sports Radio and had to work his way from the bottom at ESPN back, and how he was the one who was constantly trying to get Stephen A. back to ESPN, trying to get Stephen A. back on First Take, was trying his hardest to work him in there. And this turned into, and again, this isn't exactly what either of them said, but it's the moral of what they said, or what people will take away from what they said. What people will take away from what Stephen A. Smith said is that I made First Take great, which is what offended Skip. Mm-hmm. What Skip basically said is ESPN kicked Stephen A. to the side. I'm the one who saved Stephen A. And then Stephen A. put out a statement yesterday in which he apologized and said that it was just a misunderstanding and that he wasn't trying to ever take anything away from Skip Bayless and what Skip did to create First Take. And as you said yesterday when we were kind of talking about this off air, this sounded like some high school level bull crap. And in large part, it is. But I was thinking about this. That one video that Skip put out there, and you can watch the whole video podcast or you can listen to the podcast or whatever, that one video has 3 million views.
Oh, wow.
And that's just one little teeny tiny little video. And the truth is, people care about this because people have feelings, like them, love them, indifferent. People have feelings about Skip Bayless. People have feelings about Stephen A. Smith. Now, I'm going to tell you whose side I'm on. And I'm not on a side of whose show I like more or who I'd rather watch on TV or whose opinions I think are better. I'm on Skip Bayless's side because I do believe Stephen A. got kicked to the can at ESPN. They fired him, or I guess they didn't renew his contract. And he went to Fox Sports Radio doing a morning show where he actually broke the news that LeBron James was going to the Miami Heat. But he was doing a morning show on Fox Sports Radio, and that was it for Stephen A. And I don't know if Skip, as he claims, went to everybody at ESPN and begged and demanded that they bring Stephen A. back, but they did bring Stephen A. back. And the other thing, too, and I think Stephen A. is an unbelievable talent, and I like Stephen A. And I'm so glad they got rid of Max Kellerman because I thought he was so boring on that show. Skip Bayless went to a network that nobody watched. When they launched Fox Sports 1, they tried, they brought the guys from Canada to do Sports Center, and they had Mike Francesa on, and they had a show with Katie Nolan and Regis Philbin, and R.I.P. to Regis. And so they had a show, but nobody watched. Like, the ratings for FS1 were horrible.
Right.
So they just decided, let's just go buy the best guys at ESPN and bring them over here. And it has worked tremendously, bless you.
Thank you.
It has worked tremendously with Skip Bayless, who has had an unbelievable impact at Fox, and obviously Colin Cowherd. And I think when I look at Skip Bayless, I'm like, Skip Bayless is succeeding at an unbelievable level on a network that nobody watched, that people now watch, and he's doing it with Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp could not go to another network and get everybody to watch. Skip could. I don't know if Stephen A. could or not, but I know Skip could. Maybe, but I know Skip can because Skip's done it. And so, to me, when you go back to, it was Stephen A. who got fired at ESPN, and it was Skip who brought him back, according to Skip. I think Stephen A. not going back, because sports are essentially, Stephen A.'s not watching the Stanley Cup playoffs. So it would be great for First Take, although they would be essentially highlighting Skip Bayless if they were to do this. It would be great to debate this every day about the he said, she said, or whatever, and people would watch. But Stephen A. kind of saying, it's a misunderstanding, I thought was a mea culpa. I thought it was a, hey, man, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I think that was Stephen A. on the podcast trying to act all big and tough, and First Take is my show.
Yeah, like, I did this.
And admittedly, to me and to I think a lot of younger people, First Take is Stephen A.'s show. But it was Skip's first. So I think that it was just Stephen A. trying to flex a muscle, trying to sound cool, and it really just came off as being disrespectful. And this reminds me a lot of the Saban Jimbo thing.
Yes, except that in the start of the podcast, Skip is like, before I get into this, I want everybody to know that Stephen A. Smith is a brother to me. He is more of a brother than my own brother. And after this podcast, I will still consider him a brother, and I love him more than any. Like, they love each other. Those two.
Jimbo and Nick Saban do not love each other.
Those two, Stephen A. and Skip, love each other. And they're not afraid to say that they love each other, and they're not afraid to talk about how much they love each other. They love each other, and they are such an odd couple. And as somebody that worked essentially a debate partnership with, a very odd couple stretch, it's a weird relationship, man. It is a weird relationship. And so, I mean, the one thing I'll say about this, right? We talk about the NBA Finals and, giving Steph his due and giving this one his.
Yeah.
I hope when all's said and done with Skip Bayless, even if you don't like him, you can give Skip Bayless his due. Because Skip Bayless has changed the landscape of sports. Maybe for the worse, but Skip Bayless has changed the landscape. And if you watch the Man in the Arena docuseries on ESPN+, they have all these old video programs, from Brady's past about talking about the Patriots and Spygate, Deflategate, and, the 2005. Those old ESPN takes of Skip Bayless, he's made millions and millions and millions of dollars, and he hasn't changed one bit.
Yep.
And that's tough to do.
And I have to respect that.
That's it for us. We're out of here. ESPN Radio is coming up next. Stillman and Company. Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday, too.